Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where we're into Series 2, and this is day 2 of week 12 here at the Live Lounge in Porto. It's Niall Culleton who is top of the pile after the opening day's play, and Paul Nicholson is alongside me up here on the balcony to look ahead to all the action that we're about to see today. And I'll tell you what, when you look at the group, it's quite finely poised going into what we like to call moving day.
Very much so. I like the fact that there's only 4 points between bottom space and the top. And I think when Niall Culleton went to bed last night, he'll have felt pretty chipper about the fact that he was top. But I don't think he can rest at all. I think things could change around as early as 2 rounds of play today, and things could be very different. But it's a very, very intriguing Tuesday.
Well, it is a very intriguing Tuesday, and that was because of what happened on the opening day. And here are the highlights. We saw glimpses of Richard North at his best, but maybe consistency day 2 is what we're looking at for him?
Yeah, little spells of brilliance like this 136 from yesterday, which was very creative. But this guy yesterday just got better and better and better. Best running average of anybody yesterday, and I think he's definitely one to watch.
Reece Colley, question marks?
I think there are, and I think there have been with his game for probably the last couple of months. But at least he got a win in his last game yesterday. But as far as Hendo's concerned, I think because he was really tired after a really, really butchering couple of weeks, I think he'll be quite happy with what happened yesterday.
And then Danny Smith, we saw some really, really good stuff from him yesterday.
He started brilliantly, didn't he? A personal best performance, and that 167 was fantastic. So when you think about everybody trying to chase Niall Culleton down, Danny Smith is going to fancy his chances today.
And Niall Culleton is the man at the top of the table following the opening day's play here in Group A. Let's have a look at that table now then in a little bit more detail then, shall we? As I say, Cullerton top of the table, having won 4 from 5 yesterday. Danny Smith in second, 3 wins for him on day 1. And then you got that cluster of players from Hendo down to North that are all on 4.
Yeah, I think Cullerton, like I said, he'll be very happy that he's top of the table for a couple of reasons. He really did fight for those points yesterday very well, and he looks like a fighter, doesn't he? He looks like the kind of guy you don't want to run into at speed. But that doubles performance in his last game yesterday was remarkable. We saw the 157 that he plucked towards the end of that match, but he needed every single one of those doubles to get those points. But I think today is just going to be a melee of people winning different games. I think the form book is going to be burnt.
Well, we saw some brilliance on Niall Culleton, including this 4 from 4 in the checkouts department in that game against Budgen yesterday. And he needed it because Budgen was averaging 98 in that match.
Yeah, it was a spectacular game. For me, the best game of the day. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get something similar from them this morning. But look at this. I mean, starting on the switch shot first, it's become a bit of a fashionable thing recently, but it worked really well for Niall, and there was a bit of spirit there as well in that game. And I think these guys are starting to realise just how important these individual duels are, because nobody's going to run away with this group at any point, in my opinion.
And as you say, in a group like this, when you know that there's going to be probably 2 to 4 points separating a large cusp of plays, it literally can go down to, did I beat this player on Monday, did I beat this player on Wednesday?
I think the individual head-to-head records at the end of tomorrow's session will tell a very interesting story. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a scenario where nobody has beaten somebody 3 times. It will be 2-1 in every scenario. I'll keep a look at that, and we'll look at that tomorrow. But as for today, moving day, who's going to make the biggest move?
Well, that is the question we're about to find out. Well, first up for us are 2 players who would like to make a move. That's Richard North and Reece Colley. For Reece, are we expecting an improved level from him today?
I think we always expect somebody to improve on a Tuesday. And there are definitely things, I think particularly the scoring's got to be more consistent for Reece. He will expect to improve, but he's going to have to work hard today. As far as North is concerned, I think he's going to be someone that people will look at very differently on Tuesday. We haven't had a great deal of information about him. He didn't go to Q School or the Challenge Tour. So to see him average over 90 quite a lot yesterday, I think people will look at him a bit differently and see him as a bigger threat. So Colley's going to have to get off to a good start and finish the way, start the way he finished yesterday by beating Richard.
Indeed, and then having a look then, game 2, Danny Smith against John Henderson. 2 players who are nicely poised in the table. For Hendo, do you think just having that night's rest, obviously he would have travelled down from the Challenge Tour after the final event on Sunday and the chaos of the last couple of weeks of Q School, just having that night where you can just go away, have a good night's kit, relax, would that have done in the world of good?
Absolutely. I had a message from John yesterday, and I think he was almost apologetic about how he played yesterday. He said, it wasn't me. And I said, purely, John, after what you've been through the last few days, this is not something you've done in your career for a very long time, doing this kind of endurance darts. And you already heard from John in the practice room this morning that there's a bit more volume, there's a bit more joy. He doesn't look as tired. I expect more from John today.
Indeed we do. Well, our first game up is Richard North up against Reece Colley. This man is going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Matthew Egg. Good morning, Matt.
Morning, Henry. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And we've got 15 games lined up for you again this morning. 15 matches. Part of our 3-day Group A. Moving day on Tuesday, and Richard North and Reece Colley, 2 players on the stage, both hoping to be the ones that make that move. Reece Colley, the Development Tour winner, also the British Open winner in the WDF system. That is a title that is littered with legends. Richard North is a legend, if you ask him. He has played, though, on all the biggest stages. He's played in the World Championship, the World Match Play, the World Grand Prix, the UK Open, the Players' Championship, and also the European Championship. So,
okay, first leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
Lots of pedigree for both of the players on stage. And I mentioned that WDF British Open that is held by Reece Colley is littered with legends.
60.
Take a listen to some of these names. Eric Bristow, Jockey Wilson, Cliff Lazarenko, John Lowe, Bob Anderson, Raymond van Barneveld, Martin Adams, Dennis Priestley.
75.
It's quite a roll of honour, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not too bad. But come on. What's the most unusual name on that list?
140.
And you can't say Reece Colley, because he is the defending champion. Let's put it that way.
I mean, we do have John Henderson on that list, someone who we're going to be seeing in game number 2.
You see where I was going there? Yeah, Hendo won it. Mervyn King has won the British Open, and he classes it as a major because everybody used to go to the British Open. And of course, he will try and defend that title sometime this year. And you just never know.
91.
Maybe Richard North will win it. He played some pretty good stuff, Richard, yesterday. Averaging 87.59, and we had a little conversation yesterday, Matt, about the kind of level that is going to worry the top of the table. And we said somewhere almost visible to that 90 level. And you would say that 87.5 plus is the kind of level that could possibly do that.
Yeah, we're only talking a dart at most, and that's still within that same block of 3 that he'll be throwing. He's carrying on in that sort of form today.
60.
And I would be surprised as well, Richard, because that looked like you couldn't go inside that one without going in the double, but he found a way.
If you look at the way that Richard holds the dart and then brings it back towards his set position here, there's a twist. See that little twist there inside the fingers? It means that when he delivers that double 18, the dart is going to twist and corkscrew through the air. And when he tries to gather it with another dart, it's going to collect really well, isn't it? It's almost the same as a Dave Chisnell dart, which corkscrews through the air.
You mentioned about Richard North maybe winning that British Open, and you're saying about that Mervyn King calls it a major. Well, we've had a tweet this morning from Mark Webster who's called Richard North out, because Richard North put a tweet out a year ago saying that Richard North will win a major in the next 4 years. You've heard it first here.
45.
Mark Webster has screenshotted that a year ago, and he's reminding Richard North of that today over on Twitter.
Great stuff, Webby. That is a really good one. I think one of the best things, apart from the lack of grammar on Richard's tweet, which I'm going to call him out on, it's the genuine belief that he has. And you can say what you like about Richard. He's a very talented darter. He always has been. He's always spoken a brilliant game. But we can't negate the fact that he might. If he just puts things together, if the jigsaw comes together, he does have the game to potentially do it. But, well, he's laid the gauntlet down for himself. And fair play to Webby for bringing that up, because if you're willing to put it out there into the Twitter sphere, prepare to be burnt if you don't do it.
100.
Collie, who beat Richard North yesterday by 4 legs to 1.
57.
Averaged 82.17 with 26% on the doubles. It wasn't a classic game, and he just got the feeling that North was a bit
80 scored, yeah.
out of sting yesterday. He had some good performances, but match 5, he just seemed to run on empty.
Reach require 120.
Yeah, I have to say that I thought Richard North played better than I expected him to yesterday in terms of what we've seen before. He's took this little mini step
56.
back. So maybe just ran out a bit of steam. Maybe used it all a bit early.
Now, is he going 19s? Does he go double-double here? He's going to go 18s. Oh, well, I got it wrong.
63.
When he looked north there,
Richard
with Collie on
requires
64, I was convinced he was going to go double 18 for tops. How wrong can you be?
Like we did there when he looked north.
44.
Collie was hoping
Richard
to go north to the furthest
32.
north point of the board on double tops, but come a little bit low, and it's more of the same, unfortunately, for Reece Colley, who's not finding that same sort of form that won him that British Open title. We'll be hoping for another opportunity.
28.
They're the ones that hurt when they go
Richard
in.
require 20.
Start in hand.
Double 5. And they really sting when
No
you've got
score.
a dart left in your hand that you can't
Richard
use.
require 4.
Just is not happening so far for Reece. He's having a very similar start to today that Niall Culleton had in his first game.
No score.
And Collie comes back for double 10, and North
Richard
can't pin the
require
double
20.
that Reece Colley owned yesterday, which was 2s. It's happened again. Sign of a
No
maybe
score.
tired arm, or maybe some early morning
Richard
rust.
require 4.
Not coming out of the hand with any fluency, just a bit late.
Or a sign of a player who's thrown with no confidence, just holding onto the dart a little bit
Game
too
on
long.
the second leg.
And that is another
Richard
leg that has come
North.
and passed Reece Colley by. Richard North doubles his lead. Not in classic style, a 27 dart
Delegate
leg, but it's
Richard to
enough
throw
right now to be
first.
beating Reece
Game on.
Colley, which is something I didn't think I'd be saying just a couple of months ago.
There you can see with the setup of North as well.
93.
It's got those short, bulbous barrels with a quite a complicated grip pattern in the middle. But if we think about
55.
some of the best players in the world and the length of the stem that they use, I think the person that everybody thinks about most is Luke Humphries. I think Richard North is the
22.
only other person I've seen in the last 4 or 5 seasons that has used the really long stem. And these ones that he's using today
96.
look pretty lengthy. And that longer stem just counteracts the shorter barrel, which gives him that stability of throwing that dart with an upright angle of
98.
attack.
It just allows the weight to spread out a little bit further, doesn't it, rather than condensing and compacting it. And I've actually had a message from James Hurrell,
45.
and he's let me know that Richard North's actually using a Suzanne Smith dart.
Is that a fact?
95.
Hope you're well, James. Well played at the Challenge Tour at the weekend, by the way. Great stuff. Hope to see you under this roof sometime soon.
59.
Yeah, he looked a very dangerous customer, didn't he? Lots of 100 averages in there, and he's sort of the player that right now you'd like to see get a few Pro Tour call-ups.
59.
Absolutely. I think he'd be an incredible spoiler this season. Didn't he get a 9-darter at the weekend as well?
I believe he did, and Gadsby got one as well. There was 2 9-darters.
96.
Oh, the great Gadsby.
Richard, you reckon 134.
Oh, perfect. Likes 2 double tops.
94.
Still pretty
Richard
good,
require
considering the position of
150.
Collie. This is most likely not going to go based on what we've seen so far from Reece. Northie is just getting way
Richard,
too
you
many
require
opportunities
40.
in this match. He's had 11 darts at double already, and we're only in leg 3. He can
Game
find
show the
tens.
third leg.
The double that cost
Richard
Collie,
North.
leg number 2. I think the body language of Collie right now is telling a very vivid story.
I was
Against
going to
Reece
say
to
that
throw
Reece
first.
Colley's walking around like
Game
a guy
on.
at the moment who it's all going wrong for, but he doesn't know how to change it. And he doesn't know how to put it right.
59.
You and I both love to subscribe to the darts coaching way of thinking. That's probably the worst place to be, isn't it?
100.
When it isn't happening naturally and you have no idea how to fix something that's wrong. It's a very lonely place.
140.
It's not a sport where you can almost coach yourself. You do need a second pair of eyes just to give you an idea of what's going on.
77.
And a lot of the time, even just in that mentorship sort of role, just that bouncing board, sometimes people overanalyze things, they'll try and chase things, or they'll
138.
process things in a different way when it's for yourself, because the old expression that I used yesterday that Mervyn King came up with is, you want everything yesterday.
80. Reaching for 164.
This is a better scoring leg from Reece. This will make him feel a little bit better. And he does have at least 6 darts from this position.
89.
That'll do. North should really get to a finish here. Bit more difficult now with that blocker in the way.
140.
But that's a world-class 140 there from Richard.
75.
I was just about to say this will make him feel better. He's not going to get a shot at the double,
51.
despite the fact he's hit one.
Richard, you require 104.
This is for the match.
So many different avenues for this shot. That's one of them. He wants tops, obviously. And tops he gets.
Shot on the match.
An excellent result for Richard North.
North.
And that will take him to 6 points in the table. But maybe most importantly, his leg difference will go to +2. Straight off the stage. Can't wait to tell everybody about how well he played there. But you can see with a 76 average, he wasn't tested a great deal, but the way he finished that match with that 104 is what's going to please him maybe the most over the next few minutes. We'll see a little bit more of him in due course, but when we come back, it will be Danny Smith up against Hendo.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Richard North has raced out of the traps of a 4-0 success against Reece Colley in our opening game of the day. Game 2 sees Danny Smith and John Henderson go toe-to-toe for their first darting duels of the day. Let's head over to our commentary team then to see who's going to be the victor. It's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Henry. Another battle of the heavyweights right here in a rematch of match 14 from Monday. I suppose you would say that the cat has been thrown amongst the pigeons with that 4-0 win for Richard North in the first game of the day. So plenty for Reece Colley to mull over the next 45 minutes or so before we see him again in match 5 against Niall Culleton. But Danny Smith yesterday was pretty useful. He's up against the 49-year-old from Huntly. What a beautiful part of Scotland it is too. Using a new dart this week.
Okay, first leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
But the Highlander will fancy getting himself towards the top of the table today, but his first job to try and take out someone who started excellently yesterday, Matt.
59.
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect from Danny Smith. There's not too much information out there regarding him. We have seen him here before, and it wasn't really the Danny Smith we saw yesterday. And he did start extremely well, 100.20 average, which is 15 dart legs. He won that game 4-0 against Niall Culleton, who then went on to win his next 4 matches, topping the table. So
48.
If we was to use the old sort of horse racing version of form guides, we'd say Danny Smith's probably the man to beat.
Average-wise yesterday, 86.44, which was the 3rd best of all players. I think if you'd offered him an 86.44 average for the first day, he would have been snapping your hand off.
140.
But as for Hendo, 82.58, which was 5th best. We talked a lot yesterday, Matt, about how averages are just a guide and that they don't mean a great deal. I think the biggest thing about yesterday's averages was the fact that the person with 8 points had the worst running average.
52.
So that tells you everything that we were trying to communicate for Monday. It's all about what I like to call situational pressure. Can you win the small battles in the key moments? And yesterday, that's exactly what Cullerton did. And it's what these guys didn't do as well.
And those key moments normally come in situations like this, right here. 202 plays 179. You hit a 140 there. You've left yourself potential 2-darter. Your opponent's under pressure. It'll also come down to those moments where your opponent's on a double and you want 64, 70, where you might end up only getting the 1 dart at the double.
142.
If you can't get the treble. They're the real sort of key moments where if you can win those little battles, you'll normally come out of here with plenty of points. And you're coming out here with plenty of points, you'll be coming out here with plenty of pounds.
John, you require 134.
Lots of options for the 134. Old school. Double 10.
124.
I can't remember the last time I saw somebody go that for a 134. Double top for Danny.
38.
Gives Hendo another poke for a break of throw in leg 1 of the day. Wearing his more old school tartan shirt today, Hendo.
Game shown the first.
Old school is not a bad school. Double 5 straight in there for the 1-0 lead for the Highlander.
We did speak off air this morning, and I did say John Henderson is the sort of guy that could go through the card on one of these days, whether it's today or tomorrow. With the day like he had yesterday, you sort of feel he's going to have to do that, or at least pick up a 4 from 5 sort of day. Is today going to be that day? He's certainly got the ability to go through the card, and when you look through his history, just littered with titles and major TV appearances, which was capped off with his best run, the semi-final in the World Grand Prix, where he actually beat Michael van Gerwen in the opening round. And that was considered to be one of the real big upsets. He then went on to beat Barneveld in the quarterfinals as well. Probably the year you've fancied him to be able to move on to win a title, really. Lost to Darryl Gurney in the semi-final, the year Gurney went on to beat Whitlock. In the final of that, he beat him 5 sets to 4.
That was a great World Grand Prix.
Oh,
Hendo. He didn't really find a great deal of maximums yesterday, but he's found 2 in this second leg of the day. But yeah, that was an amazing World Grand Prix.
85.
You're absolutely right.
44.
Very memorable. More tone for Hendo. For a 12 darter.
Game shot on the
12
second
darter, he
leg.
banks.
John
I
Henderson.
think Danny Smith is already realising that this is a very different beast today.
Just sticking
Well,
with
it's
this
Danny
World
to
Grand
throw
Prix for a
first.
second.
Game
If you
on.
come back to us in a game's time when John Henderson plays Richard North, I've got another little story I'm going to share for you in that one. So,
58.
the next game's Lee Budgen, Niall Culleton. When Hendo plays Northie, make sure you come back. We've got a nice little story that relates to the World Grand Prix, and it does also involve that same man who
57.
did dig Richard North out this morning on Twitter.
You're going to give Northie a right of reply here. I remember that tournament, not just for the fact
140.
that Gurney won it against Whitlock in a great final, but it involved Whitlock playing Norris in that tournament, which involved maybe the best ending to any
100.
World Grand Prix match, where Whitlock had a 10 darter in the very last leg. One of the most impressive double start legs we've ever seen.
127.
Now, Hendo can leave a finish from 344, but he needs another maximum to do it. And maybe leg 3 is going to be where Danny Smith will get his account off and running for Tuesday.
The reason he's able to do that from that position is because he switched and used the 17s. He had the 57 rather than the 59. He'd have switched to the 19s, which is more of the traditional switch.
59.
Left the 342, which would have meant that he wasn't able to leave a finish with the 180. So good thinking there on the front 6 from Hendo, as he's looking for his third.
140. Danny
of the day.
117.
Treble 19 now. Hasn't really got his range and the weight of the
57.
dart so far
Johnny
today.
Rock 123.
Danny, but Hendo looking to be in the same position as Richard North after 3 legs from his first game. And if the bull goes, it will be so.
89.
Leaves himself
Danny
on a
Rock
very
160.
lonely looking double 17. The most neglected double on the board. That could be a decent single. That might be really useful. Not so.
40.
Neither is double 10. So what does
Johnny
John
required
do here? Does he
34.
go for it? Yeah, why not? That's the risk. If you split it with dart 2, you're left feeling like that.
I'll be interested in the setup play here for
31.
Danny Smith. Those last couple
Danny
of darts,
required
he's
20.
looking at the dart in his hand. That strikes me as a guy that's not got the feel of the dart at the moment, because he wasn't doing
No
that yesterday.
score.
Is the hands maybe
Johnny
just a little bit
required
cold
3.
this morning? Is he... Well, we could speculate quite a lot, but he might be about to go 3-0 down.
Via a 3 checkout.
Game shot on the
There's only one way to
leg.
get it, and that
John
is it.
Henderson.
3-0 Hendo, averaging 86 so far. This is a much better start than yesterday because he was
John to
involved
throw first.
in the very first game of the day against Reece Colley, and he averaged 80. So I think it's fair to say that Hendo was feeling a lot better for
80.
Tuesday than he did on Monday.
You can see it in his face, can't you? He looks a lot brighter and perkier, and the total opposite for Danny Smith, who looked at the back of the stage, similar to what Reece Colley was in the last game, where he just looked confused with what was going on and how it was playing. But it's certainly going to make you feel a lot better.
I was puzzled yesterday because Danny popped his head around the
60.
door after yesterday's play and just looked at the table a little bit, and I said, "Your second position after day 1. That's a really good position to kick forward from." And he just looked like he was in bottom position. Yeah, I didn't play very well. I said it doesn't matter how you've played now. It's about what you do from here.
119.
Never gone to the bank after winning anything, because I didn't really win anything. But yeah, I've never gone to the bank after winning anything, and I had to get in first. And the bank manager turn around and say, "Yeah, but how did you play before we cash this check for you?
82.
What was your average?" It's a conversation I've never had with the bank.
People are so obsessed with their statistics, and he obviously,
100.
from Danny's demeanour
Johnny
yesterday at the end of play,
160.
he's very much an intrinsic player. It's all about how he feels as opposed to what actually happened. Hender was on for a 4-0 there on a 160.
140. And he's
backed Danny Smith into a corner here. And Hendo could well be doing exactly what Northey did in game 1 by picking up a 4-0 victory.
Required 20.
It would get him to 6 points and his leg difference to +4.
Job
done.
Shot on the match.
A really good performance.
John Henderson.
88.41 the average, which is even 17 darters. And when you start your campaign on a Tuesday, you need improvement if you haven't played to your potential on the first day. And that is a really good gradual improvement from John. 40% on the doubles. You'll take that most of the time as well. And the scoring was so good that his highest checkout was only 44. We'll take a short break now, but when we come back, we'll have our first look at Lee Budgen up against the person at the top of the table, Niall Culleton. Don't go too far.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where the Highlander John Henderson has got his campaign for Tuesday off to the perfect start, a 4-0 success against Danny Smith. And he did it with an average of 88.41, 2 maximums in the match. His scoring power, as Paul Nicholson alluded to in commentary, really was impressive. So much so, 44 was his highest checkout, 4 out of 10 on the doubles. But for Danny Smith, a 0 out of 6 on the checkout, 72 average. He'll know that he's going to have to improve on that as the day goes on. The man who sat second in the table going into that match. We saw in our first game, didn't we, as well, a really comprehensive victory for Richard North. He took on Reece Colley. It was a 4-0 success for him in that opening game of the session. North, who Nicholson said at the top of the show, wanted to get off to a quick start, good start. That's exactly what he's done for Reece Colley. He's got a little bit of a break now. He doesn't play until he faces Cullerton in the final round of fixtures in round 6 of our fixtures for this particular group. So he's got a little bit of time just to reevaluate a few things before going into that one. Let's have a quick check then and see where the land lies in the table then in Group A, because we're going to see the man who topped the table overnight in Niall Culleton. Actually, he won 4 out of his first 5 fixtures on day 1 in this particular group. That victory for John Henderson there, coupled up with a win for North, means things really are bunching up together in that table. We've now got 3 players on 6 points following that round of fixtures. We've got Lee Budgen, who could also move on to 6 with victory here. Reece Colley, perhaps now on moving day, is going to have to make a move in his subsequent games to come following that, not just the opening defeat, but also the manner of the opening defeat to Richard North. As you can see there now, the legs difference has moved on to -5. So that is the situation in the league table. Next up for us, it's Lee Budgen up against Niall Culleton. Both of these players looking for that spot at the top of the table. And if they do so, they can work their way into Saturday night's final, which is played in front of a crowd here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we can get those tickets for free via dartshop.tv. Niall Culleton is in action up next, up against Lee Budgen. You're watching the MODUS Super Series on Sporty Stuff TV.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And as we say, available all weeks of the year. 50 weeks we play out of 52 at the MODUS Super Series, 6 days a week. And Saturday night is finals night, and you have the chance to be here as well. Every single Saturday night, the tickets are free, and it really is a unique darting experience. You get the chance to really be up close and personal here at this wonderful venue at the MODUS Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. And the victors of this will be the 12th and final name that'll go through to Champions Week. Now, that is next week, and they join an elite cast of winners, which began back in October. Jim McEwen being the first victor. He'll be joined by Alexander Merckx, Justin Smith, Colin Osborne, who won week 4, Jamie Kenning, who got his biggest day here at the Super Series. He's been a regular. He won week 5, and then we've seen the likes of Graham Usher in week 6, week 7, Raymond Smith, the Australian, who then went on and did good stuff at the World Championships. And what a story Adam Warner's been. He broke through here at the Super Series as an ADC qualifier in week 8. He's now subsequently gone on to win his PDC Tour card. And since our return after Christmas, we saw Adam Mould, another ADC qualifier, go through and win a week. And he'll be joined by Matt Clark, who won week 10. And of course, on Saturday night, Johnny Haynes securing the 11th berth of 12 into Champions Week by getting the better of Neil Duff in the final. So that is the elite cast of names that our darting dozen this week want to join to have the ultimate darting dozen, the jewel in the crown here at the Super Series. Reminder, Champions Week begins on Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Anyway, here we go. It's time for game 3 of our day. It's Lee Budgen up against Niall Culleton, and let's hand down to our commentary team. It's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Many thanks, Henry. Yes, it's a very, very interesting last week of qualifying here at the MODUS Live Lounge. And next week we will have Champions Week, which is always very exciting. It doesn't seem like that long ago, Matt, that we had Conan Whitehead lifting that check in the trophy at the end of week 13 in Super Series 1. But somebody else is going to lift a check next Saturday night. But before we even get to qualifying for next Saturday night, we have to see who's going to make the qualifying for the week 12 finals, where, of course, £5,000 is up for the grabs this week. The 35-year-old from Kilkenny, the man nicknamed the Werewolf,
okay, first
I am reliably informed,
first.
starts the day atop the table. And there was a period at the start of play today, which I was talking about yesterday, Matt, where he could have been caught, or someone could have got really close to him. But that hasn't happened, because Danny Smith has lost 4-0, and he's fallen a little bit further behind this man at the top.
100.
Yeah, that's why they call today moving day. This will shape up the table. We'll know who's in position for what. But the main thing really at the moment is everyone is still in the running for everything. And
100.
that's why this Group A is going to be quite exciting. It's so unpredictable. That's probably the only thing we can predict, that it will be unpredictable.
100.
Your referee today is Owen Binks, who, let's face it, you can't miss. His shiny shoes can be seen from the International Space Station.
43.
There he is. Very, very seasoned pro here with us at the MODUS Super Series. He's been here since the start. We have had a
41.
And they're the shoes. Look at them. They're shiny. We've seen a lot of Niall over the last year and a half. Spent a lot of time with us in Southampton. He's got a bit of Portsmouth experience as well, but you do get the feeling that the threat of Lee Budgen is a bit more noticeable compared to this time yesterday. I was really impressed with him yesterday. By the end of play, we thought this one can play. Double top for the first leg.
98. No, we require 160.
Such composure and control. He's fully in check with everything. There's nothing really flustering him, and if it does, it's very, very short term.
We require 20.
Brushes it off and delivers. He's got a nice, firm, aggressive action.
Game shot in the first
leg. A lead.
Lee Budgen.
It's a lead here against top of the table Cullerton, who, despite being top of the table, is very loosely top of the table. When we look at the leg difference, it's one of those positions that he could find himself get swamped if results go against him.
140.
Had a little bit of an electronic conversation yesterday with Niall about a couple of things. One was the werewolf nickname, which he wants me to communicate a little bit better today, which I completely will, Niall. Secondly, any setup that he changes on the stage, because he does have this reputation of changing his equipment, they are the same weight, same type of grip, same barrel. Every now and again he will change the colour of his stems and flights, but sometimes he'll have a different coloured barrel as well. They are the same weight, the same style and everything. Sometimes he just likes to change them. It's an idiosyncrasy, but it obviously works for him. And he's got his first maximum of this match in his previous throw.
43.
A lot of the time changing the colour as well. It just changes how it looks in the board. It just refreshes the mind a little bit. And yeah, I do sort of, I get that.
66.
One of those players that would quite often like to change the colour of muffler, just so it felt different or looked different in the board.
Really going for double 19 for tops there when Budgen's on 360? Or maybe he was just going for two single 19s to leave tops, which, in my opinion, would be a very sensible play.
59. Now we require 40.
Tops to maintain a 100% record on doubles against Lee Budgen this week, but that's been missed.
Game shot in the second leg. Niall
And that
Culleton.
leads us to talk about yesterday's game 13, because we had 7 legs in that match. We had 8 darts at a double. You don't need to be a mathematician to know that that's pretty useful. Budgen was 75%. Niall was 100%. And that included a 157 checkout.
180!
3 maximums in this game already, and we're only in the early portion of leg 3. Fair to say, Matt, that today has started a little bit better than yesterday.
I think that's just this whole group. I think we're going to get the same again tomorrow. I think we'll get the same for the rest of today. We've got a very well matched up group here. 6 players who
140.
are capable of hitting pretty much anything, really. And it's just who's going to find the consistency that is going to just get them over the line.
65.
That leaves a 160 checkout, which is one of the finishes not taken so far this week in this group. We did have a plethora of really good finishes yesterday, like a 167, we had a 157, a 136, a 146. We had a really good game of finishing bingo on Monday. So cards at the ready for Tuesday.
The Budgen also got a 140 as well in that big finish category. He'll be hoping he can add 100 to his list.
You require 100.
If he does, that will give him a 2-1 lead in this match. 2-1 lead against the man top of the table. He will not be getting a dart at the double.
60.
Opportunity for
No,
Cullerton
you require
to get the
108.
first breaker throw of this match.
Oh, 17's route. 4 of them would have left tops.
40. Lee require
Speaking
40.
of tops, it's Budgen who's got the darts in this match.
Game shot on the third
He's also
leg.
got the lead at
Lee
2-1.
Budgen.
So far, so good for Budgen, who is averaging 80 compared to
Well, we get
Cullerton's
Niall to throw
91. But if we
first.
flip
Game
things
on.
around yesterday, it was Budgen who had the 98 average at the end of 7 legs, and Cullerton won with an 81.7.
81.
So maybe he could get him back in the same sort of vein.
$58.
He's quite a menacing looking character, isn't he? Mr. Culleton. I called him Mr. Culleton because, let's face it,
60.
he looks quite intimidating. He's a big puppy dog, really. But there's that beautiful follow through. That
96.
piercing throw from Lee Budgen, which really has impressed me over the last 24 hours. I mentioned yesterday that he wasn't very well
85.
after Q School and chose not to participate in the Challenge Tour events over the weekend. He might have a little bit of redemption on his mind
80.
because he couldn't go to those events. He might have to take it out on his opponents here this week.
Yeah, and the downside of that, obviously, you feel like you're chasing the year, don't you? Because you haven't got that first one on the board.
100.
He'll be about best part of £3,000 behind by the time he comes to that Challenge Tour Order of Merit if he wants to be looking, first of all, at winning his tour card or a World Championship spot through that
40.
system, or getting those Pro Tour top-up places, where I think you really need to be top 5 this year to be getting those.
Yeah, I would agree with that, actually. Thibaut Tricol of France is already on £3,450 in prize money. And that's 3.5 wins, pretty much, isn't it?
180.
Oh, nothing wrong with the 180s today, Lee. That's 3.
No, you require 80.
Oh, this is very good, though. Nothing in the way.
60.
Paid the price for not getting a rangefinder on his first dart at double 10 there. Possible break.
Game
and it's banked by Budgen.
Lee Budgen.
You can see the reaction from Cullerton immediately is to go to the table and take a time out because Budgen is just
Lee to throw
finding
first.
everything he needs
Game
right
on.
now. Just about enough with 60% on the doubles. The average is almost meaningless.
180.
Ridiculous, isn't it? That's a 4th 180 for Lee Budgen. Cullerton's had one as well. So we've had 5 180s in this match.
100.
We have 4 completed legs.
If you weren't tuning in yesterday and you don't know of this guy, you may only need this game to
83.
educate yourself about him. Because when he started on Monday, he lost to Richard North by 4 legs to 1.
85.
After that, he won 4-2 against Reece Colley. After a 4-2 loss to John Henderson. But he just got the feeling that
121.
his gradual improvement throughout the day was telling you a story. That he was ready to come here and be a long-term prospect throughout the course of the week. He didn't want to do everything in his first couple of games. In his first game of the day, he might be banking points. He's got 6 starts from 117.
93.
And it's an impeccable approach.
If you was watching yesterday and thought, Lee Budgen looks like a bit of a player here, he actually opened up today 5-1 to win this group.
100.
Could be opening up his day with a 4-1 victory.
Double 12. Job done once again, and he's on a nice little run now. He's got himself on 6 points in the table. That's 3 consecutive victories for him, and he's going to be feeling very, very good going into his second challenge of the day, which will be Danny Smith in Game 6. But that one, it's strange how this game works sometimes. He had the better average yesterday and lost. Today he has the lesser average and wins. But look at that 67% on the doubles. That's what got him across the line. You get enough chances, you take them, you win. It's as simple as that. Niall Culleton will stay at the top of the table, but he's got a lot of challengers on his tail. When we come back after the break, you'll see more of Hendo, and he's up against Richard North. And like Matthew Edgar said, he's got a story to tell you after the break.
Well, what a performance that was by Lee Budgen there. 4 180s and a 4-1 success against Niall Culleton to start off his day in Group A. And so one round of fixtures down for all of our players here at the Super Series. So a good time to take a look at the table. And boy, how things really are bunching up. Niall Culleton, top of the table on 8 points, but he's got some challengers and some riders now. Smith and North both on 6. Henderson, Budgen, Collie all on 4. So it's all to play for as he reached the real moving point of moving day here at the Super Series. To kick off round 2 of our day, we are going to see in action Richard North and John Henderson. And in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Round number 2, just like that. And Hendo and Northie are going to be feeling very good because both of them recorded 4-0 victories in their first game of the day. But these are the two that I mentioned yesterday have both been to finals in the PDC senior system. And when I say senior, I mean elite level. I don't mean over 50 because neither of them are over 50. John will be a little bit later in the year, which will make him eligible for World Seniors Tour. But Richard, he's a bit of a baby at 32. He's got plenty of time left to re-establish an elite career.
Game on.
An elite performance. You could say it from a result perspective in his first game. But average-wise, Matt, will he be dwelling on that? We know him quite well ourselves. Will he be dwelling on the average, or will he be more pleased with the result?
I think an old school Richard North would worry very much about the average. I'm not sure if this Richard North does. I think he's starting to care a little bit less about how he gets there and more the fact that he does.
5.
John Henderson, much improved in his opening game, found a couple of 180s, a 4-0 victory over Danny Smith.
46.
I thought might set the tone a little bit for Hendo, but if there was one thing in that opening game, his first leg was the weaker of the 4.
100.
He does have the darts in this game, does Hendo. He doesn't want to relinquish that throw immediately, because that will just
100.
keep Richard's tail up. They will have spent a bit of time together, these two. Previously had the same
60.
sports management backing them. Richard's now a bit of a solo cat, working off his own dime and
140.
going to re-establish himself. Whereas Hendo has continually got some backing, as you can see from his shirt. And I'm sure a lot of his supporters are expecting him to bounce back to the tour within 12 months. As to how he would do that, he's got different avenues to do that. But his sole focus this week is to try and bank £5,000 and get into Champions Week in week 13. Great first start. Double 18. And he bends the wire on a biggie.
Richard, you reckon 116?
See the puff of the cheek, seeing as how close that was. But these are the sort of shots that Richard North, when he's on his game, starts to take these ones. Can't do on this occasion. So
56.
John requires
36.
To keep this winning run going for today. He's played 5 legs, he's won them all. This is a better John Henderson today, a less tired John Henderson, a more rejuvenated version.
Second leg is Richard to throw first. Game on.
I suppose you fear to think if he can win Group A, what kind of threat he would pose on Saturday night if he gets a couple of days off.
40.
I'm going to pose a question to you now, Matt, because I've been an admirer of Hendo for many, many years. First met him at the Grand Slam when he first qualified, and I was almost magnetised towards him. I almost felt like I needed to talk to him. Such a lovely man. But is there a better sight in World Darts
100.
as far as celebrations are concerned when, on that very rare occasion, Hendo lets loose when he gives it the full beans? He didn't even give it the full beans when he won the World Cup. He was too emotional. But when he wins a World Championship match against someone like Daryl Gurney, when he won that match, and when he beat Kim Huybrechts in the European Darts Open, and he chipped, I think it was 120 in that final leg, when he gives that big celebration, there's nothing better in this game for me.
96.
Yeah, I do love watching a celebration. I tend to find that that's the part of the game I like the most. Like, all the bits that go around 58. It, all the celebrations, all the theatrics. I get proper absorbed with it all.
I think it's the celebrations that don't come that naturally to players like John and Richard, because they play within themselves.
96.
But every now and again, the adrenaline and the emotion does take over. Can he leave a finish? Well, the 18s have got to come calling now.
58. John, you require 131.
This is where you see most young players these days going for 51 first. Well, Hendo's down with the kids.
111. Richard, you require 164.
You'll get a message later when he watches that back, when he said most young players will go this way.
I redeemed myself by saying he was down with the kids, though.
John, you required 20.
Double 10 for a 2-0 lead and 6 consecutive legs for the day. That's a good marker.
No score.
Proved to be the case.
Richard,
the wrong side.
107.
Northie gets a poke at a 107 to equalise at one leg all. Double top is the choice. And a fine choice it was. It should have been 2-0. But every now and again, you are going to lose a leg like that. And it never gets any easier to take.
Third leg, it's John to throw first.
Come on, Matt, it's story
Game
time.
on.
I've got two, actually. I've got two, because you mentioned something in that last leg that was interesting, when you mentioned about the emotion taking over and the
41.
celebration coming out. And actually, when I was doing my qualifications in sports psychology, we had a very interesting talk, and someone came in and they've shown us this video. And the video was of a runner. And at the end of the run, he stood there and he gave it a fist pump and a celebration. And we had to write down what we saw, like what sort of emotion was. And then once we'd all done this, we've all wrote down our buzzwords and we've gone around and we've discussed all these. And then it says, right, do you believe this is a copied emotion or a natural reaction? And the general vibe was it's a little bit of both. Like, you see it all the time and that's sort of what you expected to do. And then he told us that that runner that celebrated that way has been a lifelong blind person who's never seen anything in their life. They then showed fully sighted runner who reacted exactly the same way. And they said that that comes from inside rather than things that we learn and copy, which actually we believe, just when people watch someone like, say, a Gerwyn Price, they believe that it's a learned reaction or a reaction on what he's seen. But in that case, in that example that we were shown, never seen a day in his life.
Well, before we get onto the other story, I've got a little bit
81.
of a little tale to tell you in the next leg. Northie's got 81 for a 2-1 lead. Ooh, hello, double four.
73.
That route's becoming a bit more popular as well for 62, the 18s route. Is that second leg going to affect the rest of this game for Henderson? I just wonder. Because leg 3 could well be going to Richard via a break of throw, and it does.
Third leg.
That's an excellent leg from Richard. 13 darts, and Henderson now needs to break if he's to win this game.
What
you were just saying about celebrations is very, very fascinating to me. Because if you have a chance of watching back the Rob Cross-Chris Dobie game from the World Championship very recently, you'll see something that didn't get picked up on. That there was a little mimic by Chris Dobie of the Rob Cross fist pump. And I thought, oh, that's interesting.
99.
So the other story about Richard North is as follows.
2017 World Grand Prix. Now, in the build-up to that event, Mark Webster, who dug Richard North out on Twitter, we're now going to give Richard North his chance to reply. Richard North was being Richard North, telling everyone that he's the world beater that he is. And Mark Webster took it on himself to tell Richard North that he's never won a game on the TV before, and to reword it a little bit, basically he said that he bottles it a little bit. I won't use the actual words and terminology he used. Gary Anderson then goes and pulls out of the event due to the impending birth of his child. Mark Webster steps into that place, and who does he play? Richard North. Richard North then goes on to beat Mark Webster 2-0. That is instant karma.
97. John, you're 164.
You're about to get a reply from Mark, and I'll let you handle that one. Hender was trying to handle a 164.
$138.
That'll do.
Which is 129.
A leave of double 13, which we did see hit yesterday on a 146 from Danny Smith. But we may see a 129. Again, he doesn't go the double-double route.
80.
Which is curious, considering he always goes 2 double tops when he's got 80 with 3 darts. 13 left with 2. And it's double 4 this time for John.
18.
And that last dart just slipping 49. In the 7 there. Being a bit careless there for Richard North. Going to cost him a dart, a double here. He's got to burn one.
I think he was a bit confused by his score that was left, and he just checked with the referee. That's a sign of experience right there. Double 10.
Game
it's a very good result so far for Richard, and he's only got one more leg to find to get himself onto 8 points, and one more leg would get him to the top of the table. And when you consider at the start of play, he was bottom, that proves how close this Group A actually is.
62.
It's the sort of group that if you have gone and had a bet on your player who you're supporting this week to win this group, you're always going to feel, oh, I'm back in it, then I'm out of it, then back in it. Richard North was actually the biggest outsider of the 6 players coming into today's play. Could have got odds of 17-2 on Richard North.
60.
Or full clarification, John Henderson was the favourite, 11-4. Joint favourite, should I say, with Niall Culleton, both 11-4. Danny Smith, 4-1. Lee Budgen, 5-1. Bit of value there. Reece Colley, 11-2. And Northie, 17-2.
He hasn't got any 180s in this game, but he has just banked the 177, and he is very close to the finishing line here with plenty of darts in hand to get the job done. Just remember, everybody, if you are having a flutter over the next few days,
140.
over 18s only, gamble responsibly, and begambleaware.org is the website you need for more information on that. Earlier in the day, we saw Henderson take out a Motown finish. It's Richard's turn for 4 tops.
Game shot.
Wonderfully done. A special performance towards the end of that game. He was very fortunate to find himself the lead in the first 3 legs, but when he got it, he ran quickly. 4-1 victory, and he's now 8-1 up in his leg difference today. 4-0 to start his day, then a 4-1 victory against Hendo, and from the bottom of the table, he has vaulted himself to the top. Will he be caught over the next couple of games? Let's find out, because Reece Colley will take on Niall Culleton in game number 5, and it could be Cullerton back at the top if he gets the win over Collie. Not too far away. It will be with you very, very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a performance once again from Richard North. He really is having some day, isn't he, here on Tuesday? He's played 2 games and he's only dropped 1 leg so far. 8-1 his record on Tuesday. He's got the better of John Henderson there by 4 legs to 1 with an 89.45 average. Henderson with a solitary maximum in that match. He averaged 85 himself, but the game was kind of dictated in the checkout zone. As you can see there, 1 from 8 for Henderson, 12.5%, whilst for Richard North, 4 out of 7, 57%, and of course that fantastic 107 finish. Let's see what that result then does to the league table, because it really does bunch things up. I actually had to go next door and buy a new pen and paper. There's going to be so many permutations at play between now and tomorrow afternoon. North and Cullerton then tied at the top on 8 points, and then Budgen, Henderson and Smith on 6, Collie on 4. It really is getting tight and congested at the top of Group A, and we really are rattling through the fixtures, aren't we, today? It really has been some morning so far. We've seen some real top quality darts from our 6 slingers on show as we head into the 12th week of Group A. And a reminder, you can be here and watch some of the world-class darts on show. Head over to dartshop.tv. That is the place to be to get all of your tickets for every single Saturday night here at the MODUS Super Series. And it really is a unique experience here at this purpose-built darting venue that is the MODUS Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. So we have played 4 games. We are heading towards the middle part of our 2nd round of fixtures for the day here at the MODUS Super Series. And if you like what you see at the MODUS Super Series, have a little look at this.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
It really is one of the premier darting tournaments of the year. Available 50 weeks of the year here live on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And why don't you give us a subscribe as well on that MODUS Super Series YouTube channel? Because it's not just the live coverage that we bring you every single day. We'll bring you highlights, game of the day, and we'll also be bringing you some bonus behind-the-scenes content as well. Last week we did a Mr. and Mrs. feature with Tony O'Shea and Dalfit. And why don't you give that a watch following the conclusion of the session here at the MODUS Super Series. And Myla, this is week 12 of Series 2. 11 names have already put themselves in the hat for Champions Week. It began in October, late October, when Jim McEwen got his name up in lights. They were joined by the Dutchman Alexander Merckx, the really impressive Welsh player Justin Smith. He won week 3. Colin Osborne, the man from Middlesbrough, in week 4. Jamie Kelling winning week 5. And then we saw a number of players getting the title before Christmas. But we resumed on the 2nd of January. It was Adam Moulds who won the first week back. And we can have a little look at how the players did it. So this is Series 2 so far. It began with Jim McEwen in week 1 on October the 29th. He got the best with Scott Walters 4-2 in that particular final. And then we moved into week 2 of the process. We were talking from Alexander Merckx, his big final debut. He won that weekend the best and unfortunately victory in that final. Week 6 was the next bit. so far. One of the 12 players on show this week will be the final name into it. Well, let's head into our next match then, which sees Reece Colley up against Niall Culleton, and hand over to our commentary team of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. A lovely look back to what has happened in Super Series 2. And I suppose I've got to turn this over to Matthew Edgar, who has been here for quite a lot of that. Favourite moment so far from Super Series 2 for you?
Oh, there's been so many. And I've had the privilege of getting a front row chair to most of them. I think for me, it has to be Adam Warner. It has to be Adam Warner winning it. That week was just special.
Reece to throw first. Game on.
We had Adam Warner, who people haven't really heard of before, coming in here. And he came in as the biggest outsider. I think he was 50 to 1 at the start of the week. And he just got more and more favoured as it went. We had carfuls of people coming down from Sheffield to come and support him. It was the week before Christmas, so it had that big festive vibe. We had the Christmas party. Everything about that week was just special. And when I watched that back and I saw Adam Warner's celebration, you just can't help but smile.
140.
You just have to smile as his uni friends rush to the front of the stage, and Adam's there, and he's in that big celebrational pose.
55.
The interview afterwards, when Chris Murphy says, "Oh, you've just won £5,000," he's like, "Well, that's just more than tripled my net worth."
95.
That's what darts can do for you if you've got the talent. It can be life-changing. And since then, he's gone on to win a PDC Pro Tour card.
41.
Colley's got 141. He's looking to just get a little bit better in this game, considering how he played in his first contest of the day, where he did not play anywhere near his best. But so far, to start this contest, you have to give him a tick.
95.
What you want to give him now is a chalk mark. First leg Collie, is it?
Game shot on the first.
You don't get a better double 16 than that. That was right in the middle. Somewhat chaotic start from Chaos.
Second leg is
not in this
to
game.
throw first. Game on.
115.62 the average for the very first leg, which leads me to tell you that that is the venue
85.
average record, held by Conor Heenahan, who is obviously from the same country as Niall Culleton, and Cam Crabtree, who had a very good Challenge Tour weekend this past weekend. In his very first game under this roof, he recorded a record equaling average. If anybody's curious,
59.
The tournament record is held by Jason Askew, which is from almost 2 years ago, in excess of 118. There have been a few performances where the 120 mark has been scared, but so far nobody has gone over the top of that.
95. No, you're 136.
Looking for the nice 12 dart setup for tops. And he's doing what Reece did in leg 1, but leaving a very different double after 12.
58. No, you require 40.
Reece led this game 2-0 and then lost it 4-3. Likelihood is, with the scores at the moment, we're not going to see a repeat of that story. Cullerton just eyeing up the switch and looks at the score of Reece Colley and decides to leave himself the more favourable double 16. And sensible play there, really, from Niall.
Yeah, I think that's good board management. The last thing you want to do is split that double 19 and have to come back for an odd 32. Number. Can he hit what Reece did?
Game shot
yes, he
the
can.
Second leg.
Game level at 1 leg all. And I spotted something before our previous game where Richard North won by 4 legs to 1.
Third leg, it's Reece to throw first.
Something that I don't think I've seen in the last couple of years since we started playing Super Series action in a studio.
190.
That's somebody at the top of the table after 6 matches on a minus leg difference. That's exactly where Cullerton was standing, at 8 points and -2.
41.
But since then, North has hurdled him with 8 points and a more healthy +5.
Yeah, he's been in a weird situation, really, hasn't he? Where he's just been winning narrow and losing big. He lost 4-0 in his opening game, Niall that is, to Danny Smith. He lost today to Lee Budgen 4-1. Then his wins have been at the 4-3 scoreline. So, although he's been getting the points, he's said earlier on he's in a position where I feel he can get swamped.
58.
Because that leg difference will be the deciding factor when people level up with him. And everyone who goes level with him on points right now is going to, no doubt, have a better leg advantage.
85.
If you are keen to get in touch with us, don't forget that we do have our own Twitter handle, at MSS Darts. You can get in touch with Matthew Edgar, of course. And your handle is, Matt?
Mine is the Edgar 501. Twitter is my main thing. I've got it open in front of me, so I'll be able to see your messages come through.
I'm the Asset 180. If you want to get in touch with
68. We should require 88.
We do have some very good suggestions for different types of weeks. As for the combatants that you would see potentially against each other, but Reece Colley playing very well on his own throw, isn't he? 13 darts and 15 darts. Now, if you put those two together, that's an average of around 107. The fact that he's averaging 90 in this match just tells you that in leg 2 he didn't really turn up at all. But one of the best suggestions I've had over the last year or so is that we should have a captain's week.
39.
Captains of countries. So people who have captained their country or still do. One of those people would be Niall Culleton, because he's the captain of the Republic of Ireland. And a very good team it is too. So you'd have people like Martin Adams,
100.
Martin Phillips. You'd pick someone like maybe Mike Veach if he was playing.
81.
He's probably just reveling in his fortune because he won the lottery, didn't he? That's why he stopped playing darts. Spends most of his time counting his money and playing golf. But can you imagine having a captain's week? If you get a former captain of the Netherlands, former captain of Belgium, maybe. I think it would be fun.
83.
Reece doing the same thing again here, holding his throw strong and then being well off the pace on the Cullerton throw.
137.
All he's got to do is hold his throw. He doesn't have to win on the Cullerton throw. He's got the advantage of the throw in this match, so just got to serve it out. And that seems to be the game plan at the moment for Reece.
You get the feeling that's putting extra pressure on his own throw, though, because he's not performing to the same standard against the darts. Cullerton hates that second dart hitting the bull.
Reece require 140.
But this would be a great way to take a 3-1 lead.
And that sat nicely in the treble. I expected another one there. You could see Reece expected one as well. A little bit disappointed with a 5. Cullerton the opportunity to get a fourth hold of throw in this match.
4.
Just got the feeling the reaction of that second dart told us that the first one was too close, that it maybe wasn't a good guide for him. Chance for the break comes at tops.
Game shown the
and he banks it.
Reece Colley.
Looks like Cullerton's going to have one of those days, which is going to be very, very tricky to find points.
Fifth leg, it's Reece to throw first.
He was done by Budgen by 4 legs to 1 in match 3. And as for match 5, the same might befall him.
30.
Reece, we've been talking about how he's been sort of struggling the last couple of weeks or so.
81.
He had no from 5 at doubles in his opening match. He lost 4-0 with a 68 average to Richard North. So when we said he looks like a guy who's doing things wrong but doesn't know how to put them right, it looks like he's found some way of putting it right between
58.
game number 1 and now game number 5 where he's playing here, because this is a much improved performance. 3 from 4 on the finishers, 86 average.
41.
More treble visits, because that was a real bad feature of his game in that first one, the trebleless visits. So he's got 7 scores over a ton, one of them being a 140.
59.
You've got to applaud his finishing, though. 75%, 3 hits from 4 attempts. You'd always take that. But you sense the pace of Cullerton is starting to become more rapid. Yesterday, he started quite methodically. And by the end of play yesterday, I think he got even a little bit too quick.
30.
Reece again finds those sort of low 5s. That's now 12 darts he's thrown in this leg without a treble.
Is that a sign that he's pulling the dart? He does lay off his throwing wrist just ever so slightly. So I think his tendency would be just to drag it low and left.
For me, it's coming from the relaxation of the shoulder. When he throws the dart, there's a habit that the arm takes over and it droops and it drops down. If we watch from the side, you can see sometimes that the arm's not supported by the shoulder and just lets the arm drop into the shot.
It's a very unusual action, actually. I think we should analyse it in the next leg, Matt. Let's see what Niall can do on tops. Oh boy, take a picture of that one.
Culleton.
That one as good as you'll see. Right in the middle. But with chaos,
like it's Niall to throw first.
It's a style that you very rarely see because the initial drawback towards his collarbone, I think the depth of it is good, but it's deeper on the first one than it is with the second one. It's almost like he's got no backlift on the second prod. Watch this. Back. He tends to prod the dart and there's no backlift on the actual throwing aspect. It's quite an unusual action, but it still looks visually appealing.
85.
I wonder if he's trying to get a bit more motivation for himself by wearing Aston Villa colours today.
58.
I tried to do that once by taking a terrible towel on stage, which is what the Pittsburgh Steelers fans like. Didn't work, I still lost.
100.
But you do see players with little trinkets and lucky charms. You ever watch Robert Thornton? He always takes a little teddy bear up there.
140.
Because it was given to him by his grandchild. Did you have anything you would take on stage in your case or otherwise?
83.
No, I don't think I ever did. I'm not really one of the big believers of lucky charms or luck in general.
33.
So I never really had anything like that. There are many cases of examples I could think of, different ones that people had. The strangest one I saw was
58.
one Haribo cherry.
We'll come back to that one in a second. I'm intrigued.
58.
Squares up to 100.
40.
Niall squares up to a double he's already hit.
And
it's in the same hole.
Niall Culleton.
Don't leave him on tops, Reece. Because he's seeing it like it's the size of the door at the front of this venue.
7th and final leg, it's Reece to throw first.
One Haribo cherry. Elaborate, please.
So, was at the practice board and we was talking about things that people keep in their cases. And then Devon Peterson come over and goes, look at this though. And he flips open Jeffrey Diswan's case.
95.
And there was one Haribo cherry in there. And he says at any point of the game, if he feels that, he can just go and have his Haribo cherry.
Is this the same cherry or is this some sort of replaceable one? Because the kind of vision I'm getting right now is a Jeffrey Diswan case with a glass canister in it saying,
100.
only break in emergencies. Many congratulations to Jeffrey Diswan, by the way, for regaining his tour card. Not an easy thing to do. And he got it straight back. Just like our friend from the MODUS Super Series, Keegan Brown.
Sign there that the cherries are working.
54.
I'm going to get me some. Might hand some over to Reece Colley. He was in such a good position at 3-1. If he comes out of this game as the victor, he's going to feel so much better about himself because he's been tested by Cullerton very, very stiffly.
140.
This is a big moment for Reece. Not only for his group, but for his day. double 18. And you can sense a little bit of trepidation in this one. But you don't become a British Open champion without class. And that was class from Chaos. He was reeled back into 3-3 after being 3-1 up. But look at the finishing stats from that man who can't wait to go and celebrate that victory. 80%. Yes, the average wasn't that massive, but the finishing was sensational. And again, Cullerton has an average in excess of his opponent, but loses. And the man who was at the top of the table at the start of the day, he will remain on 8 points after his first 2 games. We're going to get another look at Lee Budgen and Danny Smith in Game 6, and that will bring to a close round 2 after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where that 4-3 success for Reece Colley against Niall Culleton means all 6 players are within 2 points of each other in the Group A table. It is beginning to become a moving day for the ages. Well, next up for us on the stage, it's Danny Smith up against Lee Budgen. And to see this game through, let's hand over to Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. Interesting game coming up here. 2 players that have sort of had mixed vibes this sort of week going so far, but Lee Budgen, his vibes are going one direction. He started it all off a little bit slowly. Now, interestingly, in that one, he was starting his games slowly, but then growing into the games, and now that's become the story of his week. And he's certainly the man on the rise. He was the best average player yesterday. If you can translate that into points today, he'll find himself up towards the top, but it's not always the case. Niall Culleton's a very casing point for that one. He's put points on his average today, but he's not putting points on the table. He's actually finding himself
first leg, it's Danny
down.
to throw first. Game on.
Despite that very increased level of performance, Danny Smith opened the day yesterday with his best performance. He won 4-0 against Niall Culleton. 100 average.
57.
Then opened today with a 4-0 defeat. A complete turnaround and flip-flop, which gives us a lot more questions, and we've kind of got answers for it at the moment.
I think the biggest question
120
on everybody's lips right now, if you look at the table, is who's going to break from the pack. You have 2 players on 8 points
85.
and 4 players on 6 points. All to play for. Not an overused phrase in sports over the last 100 years, but it genuinely is all to play for. We might even get to the point sometime today where they're all on the same points. And we might as well just scrub everything we've seen for the first couple of days and start again. If this continues, Matt, Wednesday is going to be so interesting, and we might have to get out the MODUS Super Series abacus.
180!
That was a feature of Lee Budgen's game in his opening match. He hit 4 maximums, 4 180s in his 4-1 win over Niall Culleton.
Lee require 103.
It's 1 leg of darts. He's already hit 1 here.
Oh, a lovely second dart.
79.
Even when he's missing, he's throwing them well.
52.
Bit of a slip into the treble 4.
24.
Budgen knew he was going to come back after the first dart.
Aim shot on the first leg.
Such a positive vibe, a positive aura around Budgen so far today, using the experience of yesterday and running with it. I really am struggling to find someone who's going to contest with him today unless he drops his level. Now, I did have a chat with Danny Smith this morning about something I talked about yesterday. If you look closely at his barrels, you'll notice that some of the paint on one of those barrels is black.
98.
Or should I more accurately state, not red. That one's a red one. I think that's the darker one. And that's a red one. I said maybe it's a different dart. Maybe he lost one. He couldn't find one with the red rings. This is how the story goes. Apparently,
77.
in the dart that has the darker rings, he snapped off one of the points and it was pretty much stuck in there.
85.
He consulted somebody who had a very, very clever machine so it could be drilled out. But in the process of that being drilled out, the paint on the dart was almost burnt. Hence why the red turned to black. So it isn't a different dart. It's just the same dart that's been scorched.
140.
So I'm glad we got that straight, Danny.
Just goes to show that no 2 players are kind of the same. He went through that whole process so he could have that exact same set of darts. So we've got Niall Culleton who changes sets of darts just because he wants to feel a little bit different.
There are some people out there who just like to have their trusty darts. Like Desperate Dan, like Chaz Barstow. He's got an old trusty set as well. Danny will be hoping that double 18 is pretty trusty. He was holding his breath for a second as Lee went for that 145.
36.
One dart left. That could be really costly.
Lee require 56.
Stats state that this goes. Fortunately for Danny, it doesn't.
Danny require 36.
Maybe it's good that he's on a different double.
27.
But he's been left bereft at the fact that he might go 2-0 down.
Game shot.
That's really positive, isn't it?
Lee Budgen.
Every now and again, when you've got 2 darts at double 5, you can't really accuse someone of being too defensive when they go for a rangefinder at that top double that's an odd number. But that was the personification of confidence going straight for it.
And on the opposite side of that, we've got to look at Danny Smith now, who's played 6 legs so far. Not won one of them, despite having 12 darts at the double so far today. He's missed 6 in this match. He missed 6 in his opening game against John Henderson.
85.
That is alarming signs creeping in.
It's definitely in his head now, that's for sure.
59.
And the longer it goes, the worse it's going to get, because he's going to become more aware of it to the point that when it happens and he does finally get that first double of the day, it's going to feel like, where have you been, rather than here we
60.
go.
You tend to see that kind of celebration from Gerwin Price, don't you, when he has a couple of bad legs and can't find a double. When he hits it, he throws his arms in the air as if to say, oh, I finally hit one. It's a bit like ordering a beef Wellington for your dinner and someone brings you a jam sandwich. I think the referee knows a thing or two about jam sandwiches. That's what he had for dinner last night. I told him I wouldn't forget about that.
60.
Don't worry, Owen, I'll cook you something this week. You won't go back to the jam sandwiches anytime soon.
I did have to laugh as you're there frying up a bit of salmon, Charlie's frying up a bit of steak, and Owen stood in the kitchen eating a jam sandwich.
I don't think I've ever seen you laugh so much, Matt. That's a nice switch. Puts himself in 2-dart range.
21.
But 121s are always fancied when you're playing well. You always want a good crack at the bull for this one, but he might even go... Well, he did have the option of going bull first. Just want to get your opinion about that shot in the next leg, Matt, because it's a bit of a 50-50 topic at the minute. Is it 50 that Danny goes for? It is.
42.
And that one
Lee requires
was in
64.
Dorchester, not in Portsmouth. Unfortunately for him. Double 16.
32.
That one casts a shadow over the 32 bed.
And he required 48.
And he's very fortunate to come back.
So after 13 missed darts at a double today,
Game shot
Danny
the third leg.
finally
Danny
gets
Smith.
one at a dot. And there's the reaction that I was speaking about. There's not a reaction of joy. It's a reaction of,
Fourth leg gets the lead to throw
it's
first.
relief,
Game on.
but mixed with, where have you been? There's 1 from 9 in this game, 1 from 15 for the day. That is going to need to improve. Danny Smith is going to be competitive in this Group A.
Let's get your thoughts on the 1-2-1 then. Are you someone who likes to leave the bull for the end? Or do you choose to go for the bull at the start? And, adding to that, does it depend on where your opponent is?
I think with that, if my opponent's not on a finish, the ball doesn't come into the equation whatsoever. You're not going to go that way. If you get the treble, you're going to go for the 15s to leave the double 8. But I think realistically, the bull going first,
60.
I don't understand the decision of the bull going first, because then you have to hit the treble with the second dart. Where when you go on the 20s, the idea is you don't leave the bull, because you've got the shot at the treble element to leave the double. It gives you that opportunity to get out of that situation. It's the same as when people go for like a 25 or a bull to leave a finish, when if you go for the 18s or the treble 19, and depending what the number is, you leave yourself a better finish. It's like burning a dart at times, and I feel like it just burns a dart going for the ball with the opening dart rather than leaving it till the end, because ideally you're not leaving it to the end. It's the safety net of if you don't leave the double 14.
Yeah, there's a lot of young players these days who like to eliminate the option of the bull either mid-leg or at the start of a finish, as opposed to leaving the bull at the end. Take it from me and take it from Matt. There's nothing quite like hitting a bullseye to win a leg. Makes you feel good.
Especially when it's like to win a match on like a big finish, like a 170, for example. Like if you can take it out in that sort of situation.
I've got absolutely no idea where you're going with this.
100.
I'm not going to forget about the fact that Lee Budgen just missed the board going for a single 20. It may not matter. He's back at 5s again.
35.
But that one was a bit more cagey, and Smith could equalise if he can find possibly a route to the bull himself.
When you do things like Budgen's just done there and missed the board, it unsettles you. A bit like that dart as well. They're unsettling darts. Budgen's going to need to try and recover quickly to get himself out of this one. Obviously, he's going to let Danny Smith back into the game.
5.
I think this is a big moment.
No score.
Singles are not easy to find in pressure moments. And Danny's coming back for 29. Now, there's a checkout you don't see every day. But it's a checkout he's taken. When was the last time you saw a 29 checkout, Matt? Because I can't even remember anybody going for one in my presence.
Probably about 10 seconds ago.
You are a crafty soul, aren't you?
Game on.
And right now, Lee's feeling a little bit lost. He was bossing this game. And if you consider that he's had 10 darts at a double 58. Now, and he's 2-2, he'll not be feeling very chipper about this spot. But we're about to find out what he's made of mentally.
You know, I use the word unsettled when you throw a dart like that, especially when you've not got the experience of playing in front of the cameras. You might get that little bit of embarrassment that comes with that as well. And from that moment, those next 9 darts, there was nowhere near. The attempt at the tops, the 10s, the 5s was a long way out. He then bust the 5. Didn't even get the shot of the double 2.
There are going to be moments throughout the course of the week, wherever you play, whether it's in the morning, the early afternoon, the evening, or even the early hours,
134.
Where the game just becomes a little bit more difficult for one or another reason. You might start to feel a bit tired. The arms might start to get a bit heavy.
100.
That's where pacing your practice is very, very important. And don't forget that we do have double sessions for you on Thursday and Friday when we invite Group C and Group B to play
58
in the double session days. But we won't know exactly who will be in those groups until the conclusion of Group A, of course. Only one person wins this group and goes to Saturday night. Spaces 2 and 3 in the table. We'll go to Group B on Thursday and Friday night. And the bottom half of the table will go to Group C.
98. They require 83.
Mention about things changing as the week goes on, but one thing that does change is the opportunity, the expectation. Get closer to the finishing line, which this time Lee Budgen has no problem getting over. I mentioned a bullseye feels great at the end of a finish. But Lee Budgen can tell you all about that right now because he's just regained the lead, re-broke the throw, recomposed.
Do I even need to ask you what your favourite finish is in your career?
I mean, personally, like a 170 finish, because obviously it's the biggest finish on the board and it finishes on the bullseye. There's no greater feeling than doing that. And if you can do it in the right moment, like let's say you're playing against one of the best 5 players that's ever lived or a back-to-back world champion, if you can pull out a 170 finish for the match against a player like that, it's a great feeling. And I can vouch for that because I did exactly that once when I beat Gary Anderson with a 170 finish.
Well, if anybody's looking for a little bit of online content,
57.
Which is quite heartwarming today, I would direct you to YouTube and type in Ted Lasso darts. There's a lovely little scene from that great series starring Jason Sudeikis where he's playing darts. I won't tell you what happens, but he describes the bullseye as barbecue sauce. And the only person who has dipped their bread in the sauce in this game is Lee Budgen. I'll have to show you that scene, Matt, later. It's very heartwarming indeed. Love to see our great game of darts portrayed in different
100
sitcoms and things like that. They had a dartboard in Friends.
There's one in the Rovers as well on Coronation Street. I would love to have a throw on that board.
They've got a dartboard on the back door of the Sheldon Cooper apartment in The Big Bang Theory.
Could be an interesting one for our social media today if we can,
92.
you can picture any time there's been darts included in one of your favourite shows. Please do let us know.
That's a really good call. Get in touch with us at MSS Darts and let us know where you've seen darts in a famous movie, famous TV show. Which one's your favourite? I think we know which double is Lee's favourite right now. It's double 18. But courtesy of that brilliant 83 on the bull in leg 5, that gave him the confidence to shoot forward to get his second win of the day and, including in that, his 4th consecutive victory over the last couple of sessions. He was the better player in that game. The average tells you so. The amount of shots at doubles tells you so. And his accuracy on the outer ring tells you so as well. The best checkout of that match was that 83 on the bull. That's 2 rounds down. I'll go up to the balcony to have a chat with Henry after the course of this short break. But when we come back, it will be Niall Culleton trying to get on the board against Big Hendo.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's that part of the day where the asset joins us up here on the balcony to assess what we have seen so far today. And we saw in that previous match success for Lee Budgen against Danny Smith. We can have a look at the stats on that one now. A 4-2 success for Budgen with an 86.5 average. The game's solitary maximum, but once again, it was the checkouts which kind of dictated the flow of things. 4 out of 12 for Budgen compared to the 2 out of 11 for Desperate Dan. Well, let's have a look then at the table because things really are bunched up at the top end of it. All 6 players are separated within 2 points of each other. North, Budgen and Cullerton are in a 3-way tie for the lead at the top of the table. Henderson, Smith, Collie all on 6 and Paul Nicholson with me up here on the balcony. Well, I don't know a Tuesday where things have been bunched up at this stage, at least anyway.
This is a good thing. Let's put it this way. Sometimes we do get these groups where somebody really does run forward. They're so much better than everybody else, but everybody's really tightly packed in this one. It's making for a really exciting Tuesday. And from a neutral perspective from myself today, I want this to be as tight as possible going into tomorrow. Because if we've got the possibility of 6 players winning the group tomorrow, more people will tune in, more people will want to watch the likes of Cullerton and Hendo. This could be one of the most memorable groups here that we've ever had.
And we spoke about as well, didn't we, the players down the bottom end of the table at the start of the day, the fact that they need fast starts. Well, Richard North in particular has done just that. He came out the blocks firing. He's played 9 legs. He's won 8 of them.
Yeah, not too bad. Couldn't have gone much better, really. But I think if you look at his previous game against John, there was an early leg there that he shouldn't have won, but nicked it on a ton plus checkout. And those kind of things can really turn your confidence around and get you going in the right direction. So Richard will be very boisterous and very loquacious in that practice room, talking about his chances. But everybody's got a chance. But this middle round of matches, it really is going to tell a story as to where you could possibly be at the end of the day.
Usually I ask the question around about this point, how much are we going to learn about the league table by the next round of matches? If anything, we could potentially learn nothing, and we'll probably be left scratching our heads even more.
Yeah, I think at the start of play, we looked at Richard North at the bottom. Now he's at the top. We could have everything flipped around again. So it's like tossing a coin. You've got no idea whether it's going to be the edge or whether it's going to be heads or tails. This is beautifully unpredictable darts, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Exactly that. Well, next up for us here on the stage, then we've got Niall Culleton in action against John Henderson. Nico's going to race his way down to the commentary box to join Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. And yeah, we look at the table and got no idea in which way this is going to go so far, which makes for some very interesting viewing. Niall Culleton on your screen now. Started the day at the top of the table with 8 points, but hasn't been able to pick up a victory today. He's lost out to Budgen and Reece Colley, despite the improved performance. Both of his averages over the 90, 98.85 and a 90.67 in his defeat to Collie and his earlier one to Budgen. John Henderson, though, has an opportunity to bunch this up even further and give us 4 players all sat on 8 points. The other 2 players will be on 6 and within striking distance. Direction of this group, predictions.
Okay,
something
first
I
leg,
normally
it's Niall
like
to
to
throw first. Game on.
Jump on board with and try and point you in the direction of a bit of value or make some bold predictions in the way this group goes. But this one has got me firmly on the fence, which is a group or an action I have never done in any group. I'm normally big and bold, but not in this one.
44.
I might have to be bold, I'm afraid, Matt. I might have to go for Budgen. ADC qualifier this week. And like you mentioned a little bit earlier on about Adam Warner, he had a great week prior to Christmas. I think the amateur dart circuit needs a lot of credit for who they're sending our way.
100.
So far this week, Lee is doing himself a lot of credit. And I just see something in him that I really like.
100.
ADC, when they came on board with us, they were sending us players like Adam Atkinson and some others. And the amount of attention that circuit is getting in partnership with the MODUS Super Series, it's really starting to work. Nothing seems to have worked for Niall so far today.
94.
But maybe he can get off the mark in this one against the fancy John Henderson, who, as far as the bookies are concerned, will probably have as favourite. That's a beautiful 177 from Big John.
32.
Does it make any difference?
Game show.
It didn't.
First leg.
It's a third dot checkout for Niall, and he gets across the line after a minor scare from John.
Second leg is John to throw first. Game on.
I wonder how John's feeling with his new darts. You can see that
100.
they're a lot darker than his previous ones, which he had for quite a few years. He's always been quite a traditional player, has John.
40.
But even he has succumbed to playing with a slightly more fashionable, darker set of darts. Now you can see them a little bit further
140.
up towards the top of the board with our close-up cam. Structurally, they're not that different to what he had before. It's just the coating on the darts. And I think
11.
At this portion of his career, he's just looking to change things up, to refresh a few things. Things like new shirts, new shoes. If you think I'm being silly, those little changes can make big differences.
There's even a song about that, isn't there?
95.
Puts his new shoes on and suddenly everything feels great.
Paolo Nutini, I believe that is for that song. Well, Owen's got
50.
his new shoes on. But I was walking round to the balcony to see Henry, and Owen was there, Just checking his messages as usual.
126.
And I started singing Shiny, Shiny Shoes in this style of Starry, Starry Night. So get ready, Owen. I'm going to be singing that to you all week.
36. John,
It's taking a while to polish them as well, because there's quite a lot of material there, aren't there? Because he's one of the referees that's got very large feet.
Game shot on the second leg. John
Henderson's got a very, very large average right now of 111. That's his first hit at a double in 2 attempts. And there's only 41 between them in the averages in the first couple of legs. But I'm sure that gap is going to be closed over the next 3 or 4 legs.
85.
I get the feeling you'd be quite good at a quiz, because everything I've chucked up so far, you seem to know them. And I've just checked
100.
the new Shoes song, and yeah, you are correct. It is Paolo Nutini.
I spend too much time with Kirk Bevins. Going to quizzes.
100.
If you are curious, everybody, here at the MODUS Super Series, we do have a very good quiz team. And there you see the average difference. But like we were saying yesterday, averages can lie to you. It's only 1 leg all. A long way to go in this game.
59.
7th game of the day. Yes, our quiz team's done pretty well over the last few months.
19.
Involving the likes of Kirk Bevins, myself. Only on 1 occasion, I might add. You've been to the quiz, haven't you?
No, I'd completely let the team down.
93.
There's nothing I could add to a general knowledge quiz.
I don't believe that for a second.
I'm looking forward to the MODUS Super Series 5-a-side
60.
kickabout, though. Whenever that gets arranged, I'd be in for that.
Well, if I was involved, the only thing that's guaranteed is me getting injured. I break about as easily as
58.
some very fragile crystal. It's a great first start from Niall. He can build on that.
139.
I don't know about that switch. If you get a single, you'd rather it be a 20 and leave 97 as opposed to 98, because if you get the treble now,
97.
you're going for double 19.
98.
That's the situation where I like the switch to the bullseye there, if Henderson would have done that one. Oh, he's done 18 tops.
78.
So what he's done there is he's gone for the switch because he fancied it, and he's looked at 98 as a 3-dot checkout as opposed to a 2-dot checkout.
4 scored, yeah.
It's a 2-dot checkout that is left for John, and he's got no other option because he's only got 2 dots left.
24. No, you require 20.
Double 10 for a 2-1 lead then, with the darts. Getting closer.
Game shot on the third.
Close enough.
Niall Culleton.
Trying to get a 2nd consecutive win over Hendo. Yesterday, 4-2 was the scoreline against the throw for Niall as well.
Game on.
He averaged just over 86 in that contest. And this was the game where Niall showed that little bit of extra volume.
180!
The Highlander is showing more prowess on the 180 column today.
Interesting you mentioned volume, as
100.
we just went over to the loudest volume we're going to hear today, which is the 180 call of Owen Binks. And we're going to hear it again.
125.
I'd like to spark a little bit of debate, as everybody knows. Nothing too sinister. So from your opinion,
70.
who gives the best 180 call? Or who has given it?
See, I like George Noble. I like the Noble 180.
85.
I think if I had to pick a second, I quite like Bevins for his individuality as well,
80.
not just on the
John,
180 call, but on like the
111.
177s and. But yeah, I'd have to go with Noble for the max.
Double top.
71.
Just over the top. Time to spare with Cullerton at the halfway point of the leg. I do believe that you're saying that with all of the previous referees as well, not just
Johnny
the current crop. Endo for tops. Not having much joy up there today.
Game
But
show
double
the
10 comes to his aid. 2-2 in a very good game so far. And still Henderson is averaging close to 20 points more than his opponent.
Feels like it's Niall to
But
throw
that gap is
first.
getting
Game
slightly less cavernous as it was previously.
Where's your 180 call going?
I've got to go with Bruce Spendley.
140.
Lost him over the last couple of years. And I remember the first time he ever called a 180 for me, it was spine tingling. I remember it like it was yesterday.
96.
He's from Hartlepool, which also had one of the
95.
earlier darts hosts from Hartlepool, and Jeff Stelling, of course. He used to do it before Dave Clark.
I suppose talking of the stars of yesteryear could lead us to
92.
our question here from Peter that sent one in on Twitter for us. And he said, first of all, really enjoyed listening to the commentary. And he was wondering if Andy Smith is still playing darts.
136.
The Pie Man.
I do believe he's still playing, but I don't know what his intentions are as far as competition is concerned.
57.
I'd love to see Andy again.
130.
I'll do a bit of digging for you. I'll have to send Terry Jenkins a message because they're really good pals. I was always very disappointed that when he's nicknamed the Pie Man,
50.
he didn't do what Steve Hine used to do. Steve used to take muffins out for everybody. Andy never took any pies out for anybody. Never understood that.
121.
Now, is Niall going to take the lead again? At no point in this game has he had a better average than Hendo. Tops. Oh, that's a wide.
John Neverquire, 135.
It'll be bull first for Hendo. And it is the bull. But no 45 to leave tops.
75. Now we require 39.
I've seen a 29 check out in the previous match, which was a bit odd. How about a 39?
23. John requires 60.
It's that word, isn't it? Opportunity. Double top.
Game
Break
show
of
the
throw, and he
fifth leg.
finally finds tops.
John Henderson.
After a lot of time missing that bed, he's got himself the chance now to get his own back on the Irish captain.
First. Game on.
Just been smiling to myself ever since you mentioned that walk-on of Andy Smith giving out the pies and Steve Hine giving out the muffins, because it just reminded me of the walk-on he did, and then he gave the muffins, he ran out of muffins, then he gave away the tray, then he took his hat off, then he took his
apron
off. See why I wouldn't be good in the quiz?
It's all right, I wasn't trying to time you out there or anything. We did get another maximum from Hendo at the start of this leg.
60.
Troubleless visit to back it up, though, which means that Cullerton starting 140 is not out of it. Definitely not out of it.
140.
I was just watching in the background there, and I was watching Henderson, who also had a bit of a smile on his face. He was licking his lips. It's like he's enjoying getting engaged in
95.
battle.
He's always been good at getting embroiled in some rather remarkable games in his career.
140.
But he'll be annoyed with himself that he's left 166 by accident.
60. Now we require
Now
81.
can Niall pinch this leg in 11 or 12? It's the bullseye.
56.
And a first match winning opportunity now for John
106.
to get a second win of the day. To confine Cullerton to 3 defeats.
74.
Line was
Now we
almost
require
there.
25.
Just the weight of the dart short by 2 centimetres.
A chance to start rescuing his
Game show
day.
the sixth leg.
He takes us
Niall
all the
Culleton.
way. Good composure there for Niall Culleton, who could have let this run away with him. Hasn't managed to pick up a victory yet
Seventh
today, and has
final
just
leg, it's
seen his
Niall to throw
lead at the top of the table evaporate and players catch him. John Henderson
Game
could
on.
also be catching him with a victory here. He can go on to 8 points himself. It's all how this last 501 points go, despite the 11-point average better off for John Henderson.
100. 93.
At this point of a group, you would hazard a guess as to who this leg will be most important for. I think it's a 50-50 call.
100.
On one hand, it's important for Cullerton to get a first win of the day. But on the other side of things, it's important for Hendo in the overall table to get himself to 8 points with 3 other players. And that 180 will do him some good. Gets him a dart and a half in front, but not for long.
This is brilliant. This is composure. This is class from Cullerton. He was a dart away from losing 3 in a row, a hat-trick of defeats. And he's firing, he's fighting. He might need to fight the hardest he possibly can. It might have to be a 12-darter here from Cullerton.
Well, there's the 1, but you can't finish the rest in 2.
81.
Hendo's had 1 dart at double 16 to win 4-2. Will he get another dart at double 16? Looks pretty negative. But he still has a chance to rescue this. No such joy. And Cullerton has been
32.
mustered on tops at points
40.
today. Is that in the way?
20.
What a chance missed. And this is now such a great freebie for Hendo. If he can take this, he will feel superb. Oh, hello. Double 12. He didn't expect that.
24 left.
Double 6.
Oh,
it's unexpected. And that's going to really hurt Cullerton, who really stuck in there with that performance. Ultimately, his average was 10 less than Hendo, but he did have 3 clean darts at tops to get rid of the big man from Huntley. And because that is his 3rd consecutive defeat today, he will remain on 8 points. And this group continues to bunch up, courtesy of that 95-24 average from Hendo. And again, 40% on the doubles. He joins the group on 8 points. So things are even tighter now as we go into game number 8. Danny Smith and Richard North will go to battle after the break in the middle match of the day.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and if you like things tight, then this is just the group for you, because if the next couple of results go in a certain direction, all 6 players could be tied on 8 points. Next up for us, it is the battle between Richard North and Danny Smith, and describing it first in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. Middle match of the day, number 8. We'll see a rematch of yesterday's match, number 8. Between Richard North and Danny Smith. Yesterday, Richard was the boss, averaging in excess of 88 and 44% on his doubles. But this man will be looking for his first win of the day. Just like Niall Culleton in the previous match. Match number 3 will hopefully yield points for the first time. He will not want to be just like Niall in the practice room now, thinking, I'm not going to win anywhere near as many points as I did yesterday. What are your thoughts, Matt, on the mindset of Smith now compared to what it was like coming into this fixture yesterday?
Concerning.
60.
If you are a Danny Smith fan, he's going up against Richard North here, who is at the lowest ever a bubbly character, but he is absolutely bubbling and brewing over today because the darts are going with him. Danny Smith's lost 10 points on his averages today from yesterday, and that will come down to the doubles. He's had 17 darts at double and converted twice. He's going to need to find something soon, or else the back of his shirt could become quite true. He could become Desperate Dan with his hopes of trying to get through Group A.
I don't mean to bring up the whole cow pie thing with Desperate Dan, but you have had an answer about the pie man, haven't you?
We have. So apparently, Andy the Pieman Smith, and this comes from a very good reliable source, has informed me that he is no longer playing.
I'm sure Andy's had plenty of reliable sauce on his pies. Oh, look at this from Northie! Couldn't resist it, could you? Looking for the barbecue sauce on the 170 finish.
My favourite ever 170 moment, other than the 170 I took to beat Gary Anderson, was David Pallett with the European Tour.
Oh, that was phenomenal. We're going to have to talk about that in a second. If you've never seen that, it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. 31 checkout from Richard. He makes it look easy. And so far today, there's an extra bit of bounce in that step. In a step that already has plenty of bounce.
To throw first. Game on.
Yes, Dave Pallett was at a European Tour event at 170. I think he was playing Daryl Gurney, wasn't he? Was it Daryl Gurney? Treble 20, treble 20. He turns to the crowd, tries to get them louder and louder and louder, and then all of a sudden the camera goes to the bullseye and he rejects the bull and hits the single 18. One of the best pieces of housery on a dartboard I've ever witnessed. Danny's got to be careful with Richard, because when he gets confident, he has an alarming level of consistency over long periods of time. I have been informed in previous times that when Richard North was playing Super League darts in Hampshire, he went over 90 games undefeated.
96.
Not 19, 9-0. Imagine that. The most games you can play here this week, I believe, is 27.
66.
That's the equivalent of more than 3 weeks undefeated in the MODUS Super Series. He is a confidence machine when he gets it.
And I'm sure if you're ever in his company, he'll tell you all about it as well.
You better not tell me about every game. I've still got a life to lead.
I've been in the back of a minibus with him for multiple hours. I
150.
probably heard about every single one of those games.
It's definitely the norm these days, isn't it, with the 131 going treble 17 first. This is where you want a 139 or better.
99. Danny required
for
40.
Cousin of that shot, 99. Double top for Danny. Can he find a double with no fuss?
Game shot on the second leg.
Eventually.
Danny Smith.
But again, The look on his face tells you a very different story than that of positivity.
Feel like it's Richard to throw first.
And it should be positivity right now. His average has gone back up to where he was sort of yesterday. And if we talk about the functionality of
100.
yes, it was 1 in 3, 33%, but actually functionality, he never allowed Richard North another visit to the board. So in terms of the
58.
level of control he had on the match, he didn't give Richard North any hope. If anything, it gave him a little bit of hope because he went to the third dart and then stamped it out in fashion that will only hurt your opponent.
177.
Well, North went south there to get the 57 on top of
40.
260s. He does strike me as the kind of player who switches a little bit more than your average bear.
134.
What do you think a day in the life of Richard North would be like? Do you think he's got any hidden talents?
93. Richard, you require 90.
Do you think he's a lot quieter at home? Well, another 25 would do. Well, he went treble 11. I like this play. Almost takes it out in 12 darts. But he will be back for a 5th visit of this leg. And Danny is not in finishing range until now.
140. Richard, you require 16.
Is that too close?
No score.
Well,
Danny, you require 100.
this will be the steal of the century.
I was just watching that one with keen interest because with these
80.
quite thick barrels,
Richard,
if
it
them two
requires
clash into
16.
each other, the likelihood is when you're that close, it could be more of a
Game shot on
hindrance
the
for
third
Richard
leg.
North.
Richard North.
So the easiest thing to do is do what he's done there, just hit bang in the middle of the double. Don't cause any drama or problems. But a
Well,
day
look,
in
it's
the
Danny
life
to
of
throw
Richard
first.
North,
Game on.
in my head, when you first asked that question, I think it's going to be this mad day where he's rushing
57.
around and doing everything because he doesn't do anything at a slow pace. But I reckon the real backstory of Richard North, the day in the life of him, is I think it
60.
was a full day off where he had nothing to do as such. He'd get up, he'd have some breakfast. I reckon he'd go watch a movie. Then I think he'd play some computer games for a bit,
140.
and then just say watch a movie. I don't think he'd move. I think he'd probably not even bother getting dressed. He'd just stay in his pajamas all day. And I think he'd just have the
99.
Homer Simpson groove on the sofa.
Thank you for implanting the picture of Richard North in his pajamas into my brain, by the way, Matt.
180.
So let's think about that 180 instead. Which leaves a very tidy score after 9 for Danny.
134.
Lovely switch.
Danny,
But it's not enough to make a
124.
finish. All of a sudden, things are starting to click.
92.
Well, both players are just dominating their own throw, aren't they? Which is good match play.
121.
Will not be happy
Danny
with the last
requires
dart.
32.
Let's see how Danny is on the outer ring this time. He's extending that hand of hope again.
16.
And this time, it
Which you
remains
require
there.
87.
So we'll be expecting at least a dart at the ball here. So at least an opportunity to get the break. He's not going to get it. That sloppy dart on the
46. Danny requires 16.
Frustration for North.
Game shot on the
Elation
fourth
for
leg.
Smith.
Danny Smith.
It's like a carbon copy of the last leg when Richard North held his throw, wasn't it? Down for a potential 13 darts and missed the 3 darts.
Fifth leg, it's
Mops it
Richard
up.
to throw first.
16 on the double 8.
And certain surnames within our sport
13.
are synonymous with one player. I don't see there being any other Edgars. I don't see any other Norths, apart from Tracy North, of course, but she inherited that name
46.
because she married Richard.
Yeah, you could say there is only one Edgar, which a lot of people would probably be quite appreciative of.
99.
Yeah, it's a bit like that song, There's Only One Phil Taylor. And most of us said,
100.
thank the Lord. Because if there were two, it would have been a darn sight harder.
59.
There's a lot of Smiths, though. One of them is a world champion. One of them is a European champion right now.
100.
One of them is a very effective Canadian.
One of them is coming back next week for the Champions Week.
Exactly.
150.
Quite the journey to get back to Portsmouth from Queensland, I can tell you that.
Make that two that are coming back
100.
next week. So we also got Justin Smith as well as Raymond Smith.
Ah, you see, there's a lot of Smiths out there. I wonder how many Smiths jokes we're going to get next week when I'm sitting in this chair. And I promise you, next week, every day is not going to be like Sunday. Because Sunday is the only day we don't play. Is this the leg where things change?
81.
That's a sloppy one.
133.
He should really have been leaving an easier two-darter than 74 minimum right there. Can North protect? Double 8.
117.
Give that a really big scare. Superb effort.
74.
I think the scare was definitely aware there for Danny Smith. He was having a watch, 54. He was having a look. And when you see a combination like that 16. Go all the way to the last dart, it just keeps you aware, keeps you on alert. The preparation can't start for your shot until and Richard North squeezes that one in the bottom corner. Doesn't matter where it goes, as long as it goes in. Northie is a leg away from the
Danny
match.
To throw first.
Not only did he find the bottom corner of that double 8, but he sprinted back to the table there. It's almost as if he saw the drinks table as an oasis in the middle of a desert. He couldn't wait to get a drink of water. You were saying, Matt, that he does everything quite quickly. However, I like his style.
100.
He's got a lovely rhythm about his throw. That's something that's never let him down.
The thing I like about Richard North is whatever he's
190.
feeling, he just lets it happen. He just goes on the roller coaster of what his body, his emotion, his chemical balances, what they're going to put him through. He just goes on it. He doesn't try controlling
57.
it. He doesn't try forcing anything. If he feels happy, he's happy. If he feels disappointed, he's disappointed. If he feels like running, he runs. Whatever he feels like doing, 95. He does. And he's not trying to force anything. And that's one of the reasons he's so entertaining to watch.
He's not been playing a bad brand of darts this week.
100.
If he maintains his level of performance or even finds an extra couple of %, he does have the skills to walk away with a first weekly title.
Yes. $81.
Looks like we might be going the distance once again. For the third time today. Cullerton Henderson in the previous game went the distance. Cullerton Collie went the distance. Danny Smith North is going the distance.
Danny Smith.
Still not happy even when he takes out 48. He's a hard man to please.
Against Richard to throw first. Game on.
I've got just a vibe about this. That this is where we see the best of Richard North.
140.
Can I just borrow that crystal ball that you've been looking into? Because that was a really good start from Richard. The man formerly known as Richard the Lionheart, the mouth of the South, Northie.
100.
I don't think there's any more.
Yet. He's only 32.
He hasn't quite got enough nicknames to rival Apollo Creed yet. I don't think he went down the Ginger Ninja route, which was taken by Matt Campbell and Chris Gilliland, two former weekly winners here at the MODUS Super Series.
140.
The Count of Monte Fisto has got to be my favourite Apollo Creed.
The King of Sting.
100.
That's one of the best scenes from Rocky IV, that one. Northie on 161 after 9. A very tidy effort.
140.
But his opponent is better off.
161.
Best finish of the week, 167. He goes south first, does north. But that's not the only sloppy 4 we've seen in this game. The other one came from Danny. And he goes the traditional route on 121 and doesn't get a shot at the bull. The bullseye, which surely is coming calling for Richard with his first start right here.
And 82 is far from a gimme. Danny Smith was probably really hoping for a treble there to leave himself a single dart opportunity. But tops has been the calling card for Richard North.
62.
He nearly got him over the line for a hat-trick of wins.
Danny requires 64.
And to make sure it's not a hat-trick of defeats, Danny Smith for 64.
This is for 8 points in the table as well. This is monstrous. He's won it by 4 legs to 3. His first win of the day. And that means that only one player is on 6 points in the table and 5 of them are on 8. Try and pick a winner out of this group if you can. You may know more about darts than I do because I've got absolutely no idea. 90 average for Danny Smith. That was a much more accomplished performance with 36% on the doubles. But ultimately, that 64 checkout won him the match after Richard missed tops to win it himself by 4 legs to 3. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's the second half of our action, starting with Lee Budgen and Reece Colley in Game 9.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 5 players are tied on 8 points at the top of the table. And victory for Reece Colley against Lee Budgen would mean following this round of fixtures, every single player will be tied on the same amount of points. What a tight finish we are going to have to this Group A. Moving Day really isn't giving us any answers, is it, so far? But we like it that way, don't we? As we rejoin Paul Nicholson and Matthew Redger.
Yes, we do like it like that, Henry, because you're absolutely right. If Reece Colley wins, all players tied on 8 points. pretty much just past the halfway point of Group A. But Reece Colley, for me, against this guy, Lee Budgen, maybe the slight underdog in this one, because Lee Budgen is on a 4-match winning streak, whereas Reece Colley just about won his last match, courtesy of a 4-3 victory over Niall Culleton, who so far today is the only player not to register a win.
Well, if we're looking at it in terms of favouritism from what the bookies are saying,
34.
they'll put Lee Budgen at 4-7 before the off, which has actually moved in. It was you could have got 4-6 on that this morning. So the bookies made him favourite this morning, and the punters have backed him in a little bit further. So all signs agree with what you're saying there of Lee Budgen being the favourite. The stats also back that up as well.
125.
Yeah, we can't ignore the fact that Lee really was excellent towards the end of yesterday. Just got to retract something, actually, because he did lose his last game yesterday. He's on a 2-match winning streak. I thought he won his last game yesterday. I do beg your pardon.
100.
He did lose that game, but he did average 98 in that defeat. He did actually lose to a man who only averaged 81.
57.
So it felt like he won, but he didn't. That's probably where I was going with that. It's a very uncomplicated look that Lee Budgen has. It's a somewhat... Well, I'm going to go back to the word uncomplicated, because it's just your normal coloured dart shirt for comfort. Doesn't go down the route of the big nicknames
146.
or fancy hairstyles, anything like that. He just wants to play and win. No nonsense approach from the man from Humberside.
114. Reach require 89.
Might be 20 for Bull here, but he's got the treble for double 5.
84. Lee require 32.
For a no-nonsense finish. We just stumbled across a nickname here for Lee Budgen. No-nonsense Budgen.
Game shot in the first leg. Lee Budgen.
That's better than Budgie. The amount of nicknames I'm seeing at the minute which are lacking in creativity, it's just not good enough. I like Chaos, though. But he does have another nickname on this shirt under one of his sponsor patches. Poacher. That's something to do with, I think it was his grandfather's football nickname, because he was a really good poacher in the box, wasn't he?
134.
Yep, that was the story. We got that covered last time we was down here. Was a football name.
95.
He does prefer the Chaos, which you can see all the way across the back. Now, you say a no-nonsense. I'm a big fan of nonsense, so I like a bit of nonsense.
140.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that in the commentary box before, that they're a big fan of nonsense.
98.
Yeah, I do like the shirts, the branding. Remember Shane McGurk a couple of weeks ago with the case on the table?
Yeah, that was interesting.
96.
There's a player I'd like to see back. Shane McGurk was a good player. I was going to say I'd like to see Dylan Slevin again, but he's got himself a tour card. We're not going to see him for at least 2 years. Collie with a magnificent maximum, which, by courtesy of missing the treble 17 by Collie, means, sorry, by Budgen, means that Collie is coming back.
Reach required 28.
It's in a nice position on the board, this double. Most people do like it.
Game shot.
So does Reece, because it equalises him at 1-1. You get yourself in that little bubble, don't you, where you think, I'll just press on. That's what the referee's for. I just got to tell you, okay, wait 5 seconds.
Pressing on, though.
81.
Reece Colley. We've spent a lot of time these last sort of couple of days saying about how Reece Colley's got himself into this little bit of a slump, and he's shown the emotion of a player that is in that. Not in this match. And if we look back to his last game as well, when he beat Niall Culleton.
100.
And he did so without ton plus finish. That maybe that was the little turnaround moment for him, because
92.
yes, it's early in this match, but he's averaging well over the 100. He's already got a 180 on the board, and he's looking like a guy who's now walking with a bit of purpose, almost like a little bit of swag, rather than a guy that's walking around thinking, oh, please take these cameras off me because I don't like what I'm doing.
It's a different approach mentally, isn't it? Where you're hoping to win, or you genuinely think you will.
Yeah, exactly that. I think he's in a position now where he actually is up there believing he can win.
140.
Just seems to have found a little bit of rhythm.
Something that you should practice. Double 18 for a 150 out.
132.
Fabulous effort.
199.
But Budgen's looking to put a flake in it. So he goes for 42 more. That's wonderful.
On the third leg.
It's one of my favourite finishes, actually, 99, because it really does test you in different parts of the board. That was absolutely magnificent from Lee Budgen to take a 2-1 lead. And all that after Reece Colley had missed double 18 for a 150 out. This is an excellent game.
125.
Let's face it, Lee Budgen is a player that is very used to playing against someone called Reece.
93.
He said to me yesterday morning that he has had practice sessions and played alongside Reece Robinson before, someone who has also played here. And he's got a very similar game
58.
to that of Reece Colley. Similar action, similar pace. So this may, on some level, feel very familiar for Lee.
180.
So does that, because he's had plenty of 180s in this group already.
And things haven't been going your way, like it hasn't really for Reece Colley so far. When you find this level of performance and it still doesn't feel good enough, it can be quite disheartening at times, but you've just got to take the positives.
135.
This is a very positive game from both.
We have seen this level from Lee Budgen before yesterday.
Lee required 93.
But it was in a game that he lost. Bullseye to start the combination.
61. Reece require 118.
Should be the treble 20 here on 118. Well, he doesn't have to go for the 60. He can go 48 bull. Do you think he should have?
44.
Yeah, the line didn't seem to suit him, did he? And he was moving around. He couldn't decide where to settle on the hockey.
Game on the fourth leg.
With no nonsense, goes into a 3-1 lead.
Are you hanging your hat on that nickname? Well, there you go, Lee. If you watch this back,
fifth leg, it's Lee to throw.
Consider
first.
Matt's hat hung on no nonsense as your nickname. But then again, I've said this for years. There's nobody out there who has gone with the man with no nickname as their nickname. Just a play on words. Oh, that's brilliant from Reece Colley. I'm surprised he wasn't called the flower.
Yeah, that's what I suggested last time. I'm a big fan of that. Green shirt. As the red bit gets filled again. 4 maximums in this game. Lee Budgen's been on it today with the maximums.
58.
He had 1 against Danny Smith, but he had 4 against Niall Culleton. Got 2 in this one already.
40.
If Reece Colley walks away from this game averaging over 100 and losing quite convincingly, he's going to think he's cursed a little bit.
43.
The fact remains that Collie is improving, but Budgen is just at a level right now that he's really comfortable with.
I'm going to pose something to you there, actually. You say he'll feel like he's cursed, or is he going to feel like now he's got a target on his back? The target on his back that weighs with that British Classic Championship that is littered with legends on that Roll of Honour.
I think maybe a little bit. But there are some players out there who
Hey,
maybe
T5.
A, don't know that he won it, and B, probably don't care. But someone like me, for instance, I can say from my own personal opinion, if I was playing a British Open champion, I'd want to beat them because they are British Open champion.
135.
This is to stay in the match. Hendo couldn't do it after hitting a bullseye. And neither can Reece.
119. He required
On 93, he went bull first. 95, he goes bull first. And he's got double 5. That is magnificent from Lee Budgen, who doesn't quite top the 100 in the average, but his opponent did, and he only got one leg. What a strange old day that Reece Colley is having. But we can't get that dream scenario where everybody is on 8 points because Lee Budgen is the party spoiler. He's the man who goes to 10 points because he's won 3 from 3 today, and with that 97.3 average and 57% on the doubles and that magnificent 99 out on double 16, he is the man to catch now. And we're down through 3 rounds, and when round 4 starts after the break, it will be Richard North and Niall Culleton trying to chase him down. It's not far away.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a game we've just witnessed between Lee Budgen and Reece Colley. Budgen, the first player to move on to 10 points in this group, stopping Collie from making it a 6-way tie at the top of the table. Budgen with a 97 average in that 4-1 success, 2 maxes apiece. Reece Colley losing 4-1 with an average of 101.07, and this is exactly what it does then to the league table. It's now a 4-point swing between Budgen and Collie, with the rest of the players in the field tied on 8 points. It could not be more finely poised as we head into the 4th round of fixtures for our day, which kicks off with a battle between Richard North and Niall Culleton. And without any further ado, let's hand down to our commentary team of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, a very intriguing table, which could have been a little bit closer had Lee Budgen stumbled against Reece Colley, but it wasn't to be the case. This man who's had a very up and down day, because at times he's been in a winning position,
Okay, first leg,
but he
it's
hasn't actually
Richard to
registered
throw
a win yet.
first. Game on.
He's still on 8 points, the points total that he had at the end of yesterday. That needs to stop. But the problem he has, he's got this guy in his way who is at the top.
180.
The top of his game, I might add. He's not at the top of the table because now Lee Budgen has got 10 points. But I've got to say, Matthew Edgar, this table is making me dizzy.
Yeah, I think we just need to stop looking at it for a couple of rounds, don't we? And then maybe tune back in again in the morning to look at the table, because it is just moving
87.
constantly. Every single match we're just seeing big moves. Everyone's still in the running for every single position. Reece Colley probably getting in a little bit of trouble now in terms of winning the group. But Group B hopes are still alive for everybody as well, which obviously has its big advantages as well.
Just to paint a little bit of a picture, points-wise, there's not much between bottom position and top position. Now, indeed, it's only 4 points.
121.
Like it was overnight.
94.
There were 3 legs between top and bottom yesterday at the end of play. The difference in legs
54.
now is 11. So that is changing. -7
42.
is what Collie has.
Richard, you require
Plus
40.
4 is what North
Games
has.
on the first leg.
How many times have we
Richard
seen
North.
double top hit in the corner this week so far? North doesn't mind. He's got himself a 1-0 lead. But Budgen
Second leg, it's Niall to
now
throw first.
at plus
Game on.
7. In fact, I've just recalculated it. It's actually 14 legs
41.
between top and bottom. So we might not be seeing a great deal of difference in the points, but the legs difference is really changing. And you said to me yesterday, Matt, that you think the legs difference is going to come into play. I think you're right.
Certainly if the structure of this continues, where they all just seem to keep beating each other. There doesn't seem to be anyone who can really take a grip of this group. And if I had to pick someone now who I say could be that player, you'd have to go with Lee Budgen.
$180.
I think it's very fair to say that the 180s are starting to come for these competitors now. There wasn't a great deal of 180s yesterday. But there's been a lot more likelihood of them today. Yeah, I think what we could get tomorrow. You're going to have to tune in to find out, because we will be on the air from 9:30 a.m. That is, if you're tuning in via our time zone in the UK, of course. If you are tuning in from outside of the UK, let us know where you're tuning in from.
123.
It'll be nice to hear from you. We usually have a lot of people tuning in from Australia.
Sloppy first start there from Collerton has opened the door for Richard North.
Richard, you require 58.
I've been really impressed with this week, actually. I've seen him a few times, and he's been so far off the pace and so far off the Richard North we expect to see.
18.
Kind of like those darts being so far off the tops. The damage was not done by Cullerton.
That's a bad one. 85 with 2 is not easy. Can't find the requisite treble.
72.
And North comes back for tops, which he's already missed twice.
Richard, you require 40.
Starts the process with that tiny sip of water that he keeps going to.
Game shot on the second leg.
Something that's working for him. Richard North doubles his lead. Said I didn't really know what to expect from him.
Feel like it's Richard to throw.
Listen to his interview.
Game on.
He told you what to expect. He thought it was going to go really well. But then again, we've heard this from Richard North many a times. Go back to that tweet a year ago where he told us he was going to win a TV title. I suppose this is a TV tournament. Maybe he meant this one.
That would be an interesting interview at the end of the week. If Henry's talking to Richard and he said, "I told you so." Anything that he says, he tends to remember. He's got the memory of a dolphin.
121.
Which is surprising, really, because normally someone who talks as much as Richard does and makes as many claims as he does, you think he'd forget some of them along the way.
I don't think he forgets anything. As long as he doesn't forget his darts in the morning as well.
That was done recently, wasn't it? Was it Michael Smith forgot his darts when he went to the World Series event this past week?
Yeah, he forgot his stems and flights. I think he had to source some fresh ones when he went there.
100.
Good job, he's world champion and quite popular. I think there was quite a lot of people who had that equipment to hand. Ultimately, it was Peter Wright who won the title, though, in Copenhagen.
95.
A dominant display in the final against Gerwyn Price.
Good to see as well, really, because Peter Wright's sort of been off the pace a little bit, hasn't he, the last sort of
140.
few months? So nice to see him back in the winner's enclosure, competitive again.
Oh, how central is that one? Double top.
98.
Almost 3-0.
Now we require 140.
It could still be 3-0. Because now he's coming back.
100.
But must hit it this time. Again, the process. Small drink
Richard,
of water.
require 20.
Don't accuse Richard North of being stupid. Everything is done consciously.
Game on the third leg.
If it works,
Richard
keep
North.
doing it. Small sip of water. Go back for the double with 3 in hand. Get it hit first time and take a 3-0
Fourth
lead.
leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
He has had a 4-0 victory already today. That was his opening match against Reece Colley. And when we say legs could come into play,
75.
you start getting big victories like this, because he had 4-0 against Collie, he had a 4-1 victory over Hendo. If he could get this done in this or the next leg,
58.
we could start talking about Richard North being potentially the Group A winner, who started the day as the biggest outsider of the lot.
58.
Not a bad time of year to start afresh. Coming towards the end of January.
99.
And don't forget as well, if you get a nice head of steam in week 12, get yourself the win at the end of the week, you can take that into week 13,
140.
where your entire life could change.
So good. If you're going to do it, you want to do it now, don't you? Week 11, week 12, maybe 10. So it's all fresh and all that
84.
positivity. And you can just stay on that run. Someone like Jim McEwen or Justin Smith have been sat around for about 3 months, if we include the Christmas break in there as well, waiting for their
100.
opportunity to come back to play for the 20,000. It will feel like they're coming into a new tournament rather than someone who feels like a continuation after they win this one.
33. Now we have 128.
Just got to take this in 6 darts. Doesn't have to urgently take it now.
88.
I like that setup a lot.
99.
No, I don't
Now
know
we
about that
require
switch.
40.
I think the 17s was the better switch there. It may not matter.
Game
It doesn't
on the
matter.
fourth leg.
And Niall's not going to be
Niall Culleton.
bageled again. He was bageled yesterday by Danny Smith by 4 legs to
Fifth leg, it's
0
Richard
in
to
match
throw
number
first.
2.
Game on.
Now, I'm just going to give you an example of week 12 being
91.
fruitful and then it being fruitful in week 13. Super Series 1, the winner of week 12 was Chris Mason, our commentary colleague. He made it all the way
85.
to the grand final night. And he earned an awful lot of money in the space of 2 weeks. But ultimately, it was Conan
60.
Whitehead who won that night. But Mason, for me, alongside Whitehead, was the story of Super Series 1. That night against
41.
Tony O'Shea, winning week 12, was magical.
And that obviously got the attention of the World Seniors Championship as well, where he then received an invite to that
100.
event, where you've got to say he's going to be one of the real fancied competitors in that event.
You've already spoken this week about your pick for the title is Scott Mitchell. And I've got to be really honest, I'm with you. I think Scott Mitchell probably should be the favourite.
When you look at the lineup, there's so many potential winners there. Robert Thornton, Phil Taylor, Martin Adams,
45.
Neil Duff, David Cameron, Kevin Painter, Terry Jenkins, Leonard Gates, Chris Mason, Scott Mitchell, Mark Dudbridge, Richie Howson. All people who could potentially win that title.
It's going to be a great 4 days. Really looking forward to that. Oh, it's a beautiful approach from North. He is going to get a look at that 85 as well.
98.
That's not a bad approach either.
Richard, you require 85.
One chance, potentially, to win 4-1 to get to 10 points alongside Lee Budgen. Bullseye.
39.
You saw from that camera angle, it was never, ever going in. This one might.
60.
But it's another chance for Northie.
Richard,
and because he missed the 25, he's got a lot more options. And he goes back to something that has been good to him.
26.
Oh, you can see the shadow over the double 10.
Niall, you require 20.
As he laid down a marker for Niall. It's got to be left.
10.
But the weight of the dart is not good enough. Sip of the water. Back to the hockey. And the 2 times he's done this in this game, he's hit first dart. And he does it once again. Trust the process, Richard. Trust the process. Because it's got you towards the top of the table. 10 points and +7 in your leg difference. Because that is exactly what Lee Budgen's got as well. A great performance. He was the boss of that game, especially on the outer ring with 4 hits from 10 attempts. But 3 times he went to the table to get the water, and then he took the double with the first attempt. Really, really good from Richard. When we come back, it will be Lee Budgen trying to stay undefeated today. He's up against Big Hendo.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where a 4-1 victory for Richard North there puts himself onto 10 points in the group, getting the better of Niall Culleton by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us is John Henderson up against Lee Budgen, and we're going to watch that in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
This one could be really good, Henry, because Budgen is undefeated today, and Hendo has shown a lot more in the way of positivity and accuracy today. He's got 4 points so far as Hendo. Budgen's got 6. Walks away with victory here. And he would find himself on 12 points on his own in the Group A table. Things are getting very interesting. But I would have to say at this point, Matt, that the destiny of this group is at the moment in Lee Budgen's hands.
And that's where you want it as a player, isn't it? While it's in your control, you don't want to have to watch the screen or worry about what other people are doing.
John to throw first. Game on.
And he's done his part. He's played his role. Both of these players, if you look at their last matches, John Henderson beat Niall Culleton, Lee Budgen beat Reece Colley. A 95.24 for Hendo, a 97.30 for Budgen. 5 maxes between them. They are coming into this game at the peak of their form in terms of this week so far, the day so far, the group so far. This has potential to be match of the day.
It definitely has. And I would have to say at this juncture that it will be better than yesterday's Game 5, which wasn't very good. 6 legs of darts, a 4-2 win for Henderson, which gave him his first victory here at the MODUS Super Series.
100.
But Budgen at that point was still finding his feet, only averaging 79 in change. And in fact, Henderson just under 79, getting that win in 6 legs.
140.
We will see better stats than that.
I feel like that's a bit of a guarantee more than anything to what we've seen from the two. But is this the point where Lee Budgen now feels like he needs to do more? And you start chasing something when you're playing against a name, because he's had 3 scores of a ton here, and he looked a little bit flustered at the mention that last shot. I mentioned sometimes when you play one of the bigger names, sometimes you feel like you need to do more than you've done to get you into that position.
I always say to people coming through in the game that the first thing that you really want to feel is that you belong in this company.
140,
you should never really be starstruck by an opponent, albeit one of Scotland's best ever players.
81.
That's not bad, but Hendo's already there. Double 10.
35.
It's not the first time that's happened to him over the last couple of days. He might be made to pay for those 3 missed darts at double, but it's a very different double for Budgen here. And he finds double 15. And that makes it feel just a little bit worse, doesn't it? If he'd have taken out 60 and 2 darts, you'd think, okay, I missed my chance, he took his. But when somebody gets it via the side avenue like that, it just makes you feel a little bit acidic in the mouth.
$100.
I'd make a prediction now. Who wins this group at the moment? I would go with Lee Budgen, which, if I was to have done this at the start of the week, I probably would have put him in about 4th or 5th space.
I concur with you. And I saw something in him at the back end of yesterday. I thought he really was starting to look comfortable. And I thought he could be a really big spoiler, if not a group winner. Not many people will win a Group A on debut. It usually goes to the people who've got a bit of experience. But don't underestimate the level of experience that people have, even in their mid to late 20s these days, because of the availability of top-level action like this, like with the JDC, and some other projects and other promotions. People are coming into these challenges more prepared these days.
I think it shows as well when you see debutants in the big TV tournaments now. That they just go and just play like everybody else is doing on the stage, where before you used to always see them take a couple of games, couple of tournaments, maybe a year to sort of get that.
65.
But I think that's because every opportunity now has got these sort of set-up chances. Even when we look at the very top, you've got things like the European Tour where players are going and playing in front of big stages. A lot of the times, the crowds at those are bigger than you get in the TV majors.
46.
Very true. Some of the European Tour events have got bigger crowds than Alexandra Palace. No big fish here for John. I'm not even sure he likes fish.
36. They require 118.
To double the lead. He has the option of 48 bull, and he takes that option. It's the bull.
87.
Goes to show that he's got his head on.
Johnny require
He's thinking
134.
Creatively. John, however, all he can do is leave tops.
94. They require 31.
We've seen a 31 checkout today. Can we see another?
Game
You
show
bet we can, and those darts are going in with real purpose. No wobble at all when they hit the sisal. A sign of good technique once again from the man from Hull. I'm going to ask you a really good question now. At least I think it's a good question. We got the news last week that young Luke Littler,
95,
at the age of 16 years of age, on his birthday, the day he was eligible to play in a UK Open qualifier, went and qualified. My question to you, Matt, is, do you think we'll ever see him here?
I think we should. I think we need to. I think he could come here and do bits. I'm really impressed with Luke Littler, and everyone I've spoke to about Luke Littler has got nothing but positive things to say.
And the reason I asked that question is because he would not be eligible
99
for the MODUS Super Series until his 18th birthday. But there is every chance he might even be a PDC Pro by the time he's on his 18th birthday. Time will tell. We did, when we were playing from home during the pandemic, have Keen Barry on his 18th birthday, and he's gone on to pretty good things. The semi-finalist from the UK Open last year.
131.
Beautiful from John. Needs to have more of that if he's going to come out of this little jam. No pun there, Mr. Binks, with your jam sandwich for dinner last night.
81. John, you require 40.
Keeps bending the wires of these doubles.
Game show.
That's really well collected. All three
Henderson.
darts so close together, but ultimately the third one being the banker. Back within one, but needs to break sooner rather than later.
Game on.
We've had some social media activity as well. A lot of people saying that there are too many nicknames which aren't creative. Too many Chizzies and Walshies and Cullies.
I like an ironic nickname as well. So we had Vincent van der Meer, who was quite short, who was nicknamed Massive. Yeah. We had
42.
Ronnie Hybricks, who's one of the nicest men you'll ever meet, nicknamed the Rebel. And I do like them. It takes me back to like the local days when I remember there was this really tall bloke who used to play in our local bars, and they had the beams going across. He used to have to duck to go under the beams. He was that big, and his nickname was Tiny.
121.
So with that in mind, what would you call Lee Budgen?
No nonsense.
Okay, you're sticking with that, are you? Well, you wouldn't call John Henderson anything but Highlander. The reason he's called that is because of where he's from. The beautiful town of Huntly, which, if you've never seen it, you might want to look at pictures of it on the internet because it is glorious.
100.
He's been asked many times, why don't you move down to England? You know, a little bit further down south so it's easier to travel to tournaments. When you live where he lives, you don't want to move.
60. Lever 158.
I was was just about to say we're due a big finish, aren't we? We haven't had one in a while. But that
17.
was a bit Lionel.
You require 120.
A bit messy. Oh, if this was Jose de Souza throwing these darts, he'd probably go 3 double tops. John only needs 1.
100.
How many times has he missed that double top, though?
You require 141.
And low. Possible sign of the tiredness and fatigue. And the concern for Henderson, for me, here is if he is still feeling that tiredness, he's not going to have the opportunity
59.
to get a proper day's rest.
Required 20.
Because it is literally thick and fast here. He'll be... Doesn't get through Group A, he'll be back Thursday and Friday.
Games on the
I suppose the best chance for
John
Henderson is to
Henderson.
get into that Thursday evening, give himself the whole afternoon, the morning, and another afternoon again.
Fifth leg,
That
it's
biggest
John
break
to throw
possible, and
first.
get into that
Game on.
routine of playing the evenings, because there's something I've dubbed as dart lag while we've been down here,
Dart lag?
which is the darting version of jet lag,
180.
where we see the people that have played from the morning sessions translate to the evenings, and it just doesn't happen because they're in that sleep pattern of getting up early in the morning,
140.
and you can't go to sleep on the basis that you might feel tired in the future. So by the time they get to that middle part of the session, like 12 o'clock, the tiredness is
140.
really kicking in, and that dart lag of switching sessions.
I get what you're saying, because that's what Ben Robb was talking about when he was here with Raymond Smith a few weeks ago.
44.
Hendo was 5 perfect darts into a 9 there. He's gunning for that line to try and get himself to 10 points in the table alongside Budgen and
41.
North. He might even win the group, Matt. Might even have a couple of days off, and I guarantee you right now, that's what his motivation is.
85. John, you require
Win this group, get
140.
Thursday and Friday off, and be completely fresh for the Week 12 finals. But if you were to offer him right now just a space in Saturday night, he would have your hand off.
78.
Those 60s are starting to dry up a little bit.
83.
Is Highlander
John, you require
the
62.
bogey player of Budgen? Because again, Budgen is only averaging 79 against him. Single 12. Can he hit tops this time? Again,
42.
like you said, Matt, it's
You
low.
require 149.
Double 16. You said that we need a big finish. We've been due one.
133.
Wasn't able to get
John,
over
you
the line in
require
that one.
20.
So Henderson to take the lead for the first time in this match.
No score. Lee requires 60.
Wasn't really close, was it? He's been left very disappointed as Budgen comes back for double 8, and he's going high and from the left.
Might have to move again.
Game
Oh,
shot, the
what a
fifth
dart.
leg. Lee Budgen.
And you could see the dart of the first one even flicker as he probably caught the flight on the way through. That is an incredible dart.
Lee to throw
I'm not even
first.
sure that went in the spot that he was
Game
aiming,
on.
but he had some sort of assist on the way through there. It went through the posts, maybe off both flights, and snags the double 8 to take the lead back. And to make things even worse for Hendo, it was a break of throw as well.
121.
Have you ever seen John Henderson angry?
No.
It's quite funny, because it doesn't happen very often.
135.
It's usually when Celtic lose.
Especially when I was growing up, I went through this horrible habit of I used to find
82.
anyone kicking off funny. So I used to wind people up to the point that they would. And me and my brother, especially with my dad, was probably the worst. We used to literally wind him up to the point he'd kick off, so we could be, oh, he's kicking off.
123.
Like Homer Simpson ranty sort of thing.
$100.
I like to remind John every now and again about some of the laughs we've had over the last 10, 12 years. He likes it when I talk about groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons, actually.
34.
Do you know which football team groundskeeper Willie supports?
No, I didn't even realise he did.
Aberdeen.
125. Johnny require 109.
Still possible, but no longer. Wrong treble. Budgen can put Henderson away.
He requires 73.
By 4 legs to 2, which is the scoreline. He was beaten by Henderson yesterday. Possibly only one dart. A double top. And he hits what Henderson has failed to do. And you can see the disappointment in the face of Big John as he stays on 8 points in the table. But we have a definitive leader on points. Yet again, it's Budgen who takes the lead on 12 points. And he's 4 games undefeated today. And if he was to beat Richard North in game 13, he will sweep Tuesday. So, the plot thickens. A bit like my very bad custard that I make every now and again. Danny Smith against Reece Colley is coming up in game number 12. Don't go far.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lee Budgen is making a move at the top of the table. He's on 12 points now after 9 matches. We'll complete the 9th round of fixtures now with the battle between Danny Smith and Reece Colley. And in the commentary box to describe this one is Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yes, let's press on then. Match number 12 it is. The last match before the final round of matches. And Danny Smith's had an up and down day, hasn't he? Only the 1 win. But it was in his previous game against Richard North, someone who had played very, very well today, in fact. And the fact that he put in his best average of the day in his previous game in that win, that will make him feel so much better. But Reece Colley, what a roller coaster today he's had. A very similar day, in fact, to that of Danny Smith. Just the 1 win.
First leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Winner of this one will go to 4 points for the day. Collie, at the basement of the table as it stands, would equalise A lot of players' position if he can get the win. 8 points for Cullerton, 8 points for Danny Smith. Could be 8 for Collie, with North and Budgen on 12 and 10 respectively. So, a very interesting portion of the day. Where are we going to stand in 4 games' time, Matt?
58.
I haven't got a clue. I genuinely don't. And if you watch the Super Series regularly, you'll know that I'm always on here offering big, bold predictions. I've give predictions on group winners. I've give predictions on who wins matches. I even at one point, because I was getting everything right, I was like, oh, this player wins with this many 180s and this finish, and it was all just coming in, and I was more than happy to make predictions. I am not happy to make predictions 67. In this group. And we've got 2 players on here that I don't know how you could make a prediction in which way this one goes, because they've both been showing signs of brilliance. Reece Colley, especially in that last game, he averaged 101, but still managed to be on the wrong end of a defeat. He lost 4-1 with a 101 average.
Best average of the week so far, and it was a losing average. But if he loses this game, all of a sudden he's 6 points behind the leader.
85.
And we don't talk about him winning this group. We talk about others, and then we turn our attention to where he could potentially play Thursday and Friday. On the other hand,
35.
if he beats Danny Smith and beats John Henderson, he'll be on 10 points going into tomorrow with a very different conversation. That one falls short of the bullseye for Danny.
Reece, you require 40.
And Collie's in for the break.
$30. Danny require 43.
Well, play on words as Collie wanted more there. Double top. Nobody's having a great deal of joy on double top.
Reece, you require 10.
Reece will be hoping, though, it's not the height that's the trouble, because double 5 is right next door.
Game shot on the first leg.
Isn't the trouble there for Reece Colley. 101.7. He had 2 180s in that defeat to Budgen. It was probably the finishing of Lee Budgen that helped him over the line in that one. He had that 99 and that 95 finish for the match. Those combination shots. Something that has been the problem for Danny Smith so far today. His doubling hasn't quite been on the same level that it was yesterday.
Not at all. Had a bit of a nightmare on the outer ring in his early matches.
96.
Who's your favourite Aston Villa player of all time, Matt? And who do you think Reece Colley's is, if you indeed don't know?
I think Reece Colley's going to be someone a little bit more recent. I mean, personally, I like that Paul Merson,
60.
Dion Dublin, Mark Bosnich, Hugo Ekiog, that type of era of player. Then again, I'm stuck in the 90s. If you see my house,
80.
you'd know what I mean. It's full of collectors. I reckon Reece Colley would probably be, if he can forgive him for actually leaving, I think he'd be Jack Grealish.
95.
Not an Ashley Young, someone like that?
16.
Ashley Young's one of those unsung heroes of the sport, really.
Double top.
Game
this time it's not missed.
Reece
there
Colley.
are signs in this Reece Colley performance and in his game over the course of today that his best is not far away.
Game on.
Do you want to know who I used to like as an Aston Villa player when I was growing up? Nigel Spink. I thought he was an excellent
58.
goalkeeper.
Yeah, he stayed around for quite some time as well. He had a very long career. I think he was still playing into his 40s.
He was a heck of a goalie. And
140.
tell you what, a great left foot at Villa as well. Thomas Hitzelsperger. Great name as well.
Yeah, he didn't last too long. He had quite a good few left footers, actually. Steve Staunton, Alan Wright, Alan Thompson.
Tomo used to play for Newcastle and Celtic.
140.
I could reel off 90s football forever.
You and I have got a lot to talk about tonight, especially when Newcastle take on Southampton. How are the lads?
60.
You know it makes sense. I think there's going to be a lot of Newcastle fans around Portsmouth later today.
57.
For very different reasons. Oh, that's very unfortunate for Danny. It just caught the
80.
flight first. Those
Reece
flights that he uses are very rigid.
164.
Collie looking for 3-0. 3-0 is something that Aston Villa are not used to.
94.
But maybe more so since Unai Emery came on board. I'm just trying to fluff up your confidence here, Reece. Just trying to make you feel good about your colours. Maybe Danny Smith should do a bit of an Andy
85.
Jenkins
Reece,
and
you
stick on the
require
colours of
70.
Portsmouth tomorrow. He's going to go for double 16 this time. And he's going to find it. More signs that he's nearly there. 98, the average for the first 3 legs. Something is starting to be found.
Fourth leg, it's Reece to throw first.
Absolutely. I think he was finding it in that last game with Lee Budgen. It was just a shame that he ran into one, really. Average 101, the best average of the group, of any player, not just of Reece, of any player so far. Closest that anyone else has come to that would also be Lee Budgen, who averaged 98, also in defeat. So our best 2 averages of the week so far have been on the wrong end of the result. More evidence that this is the most bonkers Group A you're ever going to see.
100.
Give me a group like this over somebody dominating any day. I remember back in
140.
Super Series 1, I think it was, where Group A was pretty much done and dusted by the first game of Wednesday. That's no fun.
The last time I was
100.
here, Group A, B and C was all decided going into the last day.
I don't think that's going to be the case this week.
44.
Because if you're not aware, in Group C on Thursday and Friday, we've got Jared Cole coming by, Josh McCarthy, who we haven't had here in a while. Be nice to see Josh. Mark Graham, fresh off some good form in Romania over the weekend. And in Group B, come Thursday and Friday night, you've got Sean Griffiths from Manchester. You've got Ryan Palmer from Bristol. And Fallon Sherrick, who needs no introduction, really. But there's a lot of people who think that might be her week.
44.
She's in pretty good form.
Yourself included, wasn't you saying yesterday you feel like she's going to be doing it? She did a very good performance at Q School. She went into that last day in that sort of yellow box
100.
area where she could still reach it and played well, was 98 average and just missed out.
Yeah, she'll be cursing the name Rob Collins for a few weeks.
85.
That's someone that Danny knows pretty well. But what Reece knows best is how to win legs in this match. He only needs 68 more for 2 valuable points. Barbecue sauce, just like that. 4-0 for Collie. Just what the doctor ordered, and he gets himself to 8 points. And this group is far from done for the man in Aston Villa colours. That was a catalyst of a performance and one of his best statistical performances that he's ever put in here at the MODUS Super Series. 93.94, and the outer ring definitely worked. He restricted Danny Smith to 3 darts at a double the whole game. Just what he needed. What we're going to take is a short break, but when we come back, it's the final round of matches.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where a 4-0 success for Reece Colley really does bunch things up in the Group A table. Let's have a look at that now as we enter the final round of fixtures for the day here at the Super Series. Budgen at the top of the table, 12 points. Nor can join him there with a victory there. But have a look at that for a chasing pack. The remainder of the players are all on 8 points. It really could get tight. It really could get tense by the end of today. It could lead to a dramatic Wednesday here at the Super Series. Let's kick off then the final round of fixtures with the clash between Messrs Budgen and North. And in the commentary box, it's Messrs Edgar and Nicholson.
I am loving that zoom out, by the way, from our MODUS Super Series sign as we went into the table there. It almost reminded me of that old kids program, Button Moon, where we all went to the moon with Mr. Spoon. Well, someone's going to go to the summit, that's for sure. And currently, Lee Budgen is there on 12 points and a leg difference of +9. But if he loses to Richard North, he could finish Tuesday atop the table. This is a really interesting game. These guys, Matt, will tell the rest of the field what they have to do tomorrow.
44.
And I think Lee Budgen's going to be the pace setter. Well, they're saying that Richard North has had a great day. He's had a great couple of days.
78.
He mentioned how impressed I've been with Richard North, and that is because, like the bookies, like a lot of us, we went on the form of last year. It's amazing what
81.
just the date turning from December to January, and that January the 1st, and just that day or so of reflection that people have. Yes, there's that
44.
thing that people, oh, well, we set our New Year's resolutions and most people give up on that, and all these different bits that go around that sort of day. But it's a good day for reflection. It's a good day to look
60.
forward and see what you want to achieve in the year that's ahead for you. It looks like Richard North's done that quite well. He seems very happy within himself. He said he's very happy with his darts. And when they're landing the way they have been, it's hard to argue.
It is hard to argue. I suppose there is a little bit more pressure on Northie here, because he's the one who's got to stop Budgen from getting to 14 points and stopping him having that undefeated day. If he can do that, then we have 4 players behind him who will have the chance of being within 2 points going into the final day. The rest of the field all want North to win.
60.
Make no mistake about that.
I feel like that's what we're going to do, not just for the rest of today, but for the early part of tomorrow as well, where we're going to go, if this, if that, but 65. What if this happens? We are going to have the biggest bag of ifs ever.
I wonder what a big bag of ifs tastes like. Might be quite bitter for some, but sweet for others.
140.
That's a marvellous score.
151.
151 left after 18, so it's a bit edgy to start with. Budgen did beat John Henderson in his previous match, but at the start of that fixture,
70.
he was not playing well. He did rescue it at the end. Double top.
30.
Just over the bar.
He requires 72.
And these are the kind of shots that Budgen's been taking today in that undefeated streak. Ooh, did he really go for 2 double 18s? I didn't see that happening whatsoever. That's Richard North behaviour on a different double. It's almost like he didn't need the first start. I don't need that. Just give me 72 with 2.
So like it's Richard to throw first.
I think we've just seen a level of confidence,
98.
a level of ability and borderline arrogance that I didn't think he had.
140.
Maybe he's got wind of the nickname No Nonsense and thought, do you know what? I've got to chuck in a bit of nonsense here. Just level out the playing field a bit.
180.
So maybe it's changed to sometimes a little bit of nonsense, but generally no nonsense, Lee Budgen.
Honestly, that first start at double 18 was so far away that I thought maybe he's got to change the plan. But the second dot was so good that it was almost inevitable that he was going to find it with the third one.
35.
That has completely changed my opinion of Lee. I thought he was straight down the line, like you, no nonsense, just do things the right way, but there's a little bit of flair in there. That's a bit like taking the most boring footballer you know, and all of a sudden they do a back heel.
$97. Richie requires
North, he can get himself
67.
back on level terms. He's going to go 17s.
17 scored, yeah.
He did have the option of treble 9 there, but he is on tops eventually anyway.
47.
Misses it
Lee require
low this time.
119.
He's going to have to go 19s first on this one.
Not being rushed, just making sure he feels right, getting the grip right. Doesn't get the application correct. He does give Richard North the opportunity.
Richard required 20.
There's an opportunity to hold his throat. Put us where we'd expect to be after 2 legs.
10.
You can't do that against someone who hasn't lost today. And like you said, Matt, very well I might add, he won't be rushed. If he's not ready, he will stop. He stopped twice in his previous visit, but right there he looked very comfortable in taking tops at the first time of asking.
So this nickname's taken quite a turn in this match. It's gone from no nonsense Lee Budgen to sometimes a little bit of nonsense. I like a little bit of flair here and there, but genuinely no nonsense Lee Budgen, which doesn't quite come off the tongue as well as it originally did. And hopefully, if he does go with that full 46 title of the nickname, they don't charge him per letter to put that on his shirt.
It's a bit like getting a very, very long-named footballer on the back of your shirt. You want to get it, but it's going to cost you a lot more money. That's a brilliant switch there from Budgen. Everything seems to be coming off right here, and Richard North doesn't seem to have the right answers at the right times.
140.
Even with that 140, he's still half a dot behind. And Lee is stretching his legs. Surely a switch.
100.
I'd rather go switch there. I know some people would disagree with me, but I like to take the 9 off the end at the very least.
123. Lee record 119.
I'd rather have 120 than 119.
Yeah, it's not a nice finish to 119. You get the treble, you still might feel you need a treble. Oh, and that is low.
Richard record 137.
Gives Richard North a bit of an opportunity. He would have been going to tops himself, trying to retaliate the double-double approach, but this is for 3-0.
Are we potentially seeing the Group A favourites
Aim shot on the third leg,
putting himself in a maybe unassailable position to start Wednesday's play? He only needs 1 more leg to finish on 14 points and plus 13 going into the 3rd day of play.
You mentioned the Group A favourite. He certainly wasn't at the start of the day, and he wasn't yesterday. Yesterday, you could have got double figures about the price of Lee Budgen to win this group. Today, you could have got 5 to 1 before the start of play. I do think tomorrow that is going to be more like a 6 to 4, 7 to 4 sort of shot.
I'd agree with that.
137.
Still got a job to do, though. And if he is to get it done in a leg or two, he can let the rest of the field stew while he walks back to his accommodation and has a bit of a rest for the rest of Tuesday. But that last visit was a bit of a bag of nails, wasn't it?
136.
You can probably sense the opportunity as well, and especially in terms of those legs. The legs might come into play. He's been getting some big wins. Richard North's been getting some big wins.
55.
4-0 against Collie. 4-1 against Hendo. 4-1 against Cullerton. So he could take some legs off the biggest
65.
hit us so far today in terms of legs, and unnecessarily aggressive is the term I use when that happens, because
couldn't agree more.
Budgen nowhere near in the leg. He just needed to set it up, but
Richard, you require
you know
40.
Naughty would have been thinking, well, you did 2 doubles, I need to do 2
Games on
doubles
the
against you
fourth
as well.
leg.
Well, technically he
Richard
did.
North.
He had 2 double tops out of 2 darts, but he missed the first one when he was in the previous leg. But 1 down and 3 to
Fifth leg
go
is Lee to throw
try and stop
first.
Lee Budgen from having
Game
that
on.
undefeated day. I said, hand on heart, this morning, I don't think anybody this week is going to get a clean sweep of a group. I thought it was that tight. I could be very wrong.
140.
I also like the analysis there of saying, well, he technically did go 2 doubles because he hit 1 in one leg and 1 in the other. I really like that. I might apply that to my own
96.
game, and I've hit a lot of 9 darters in that sense, because I've hit a 180 in one leg, 1 in the one after.
And one thing I saw at the World Championship, which I will never forget, and I don't think has ever happened before,
100.
is Dimitri Vandenberg won a leg with 4 bullseyes in it. Now, if anybody knows if that's ever happened before, please tell me. I have scoured everything I have to find out if that's happened before, and I haven't found a thing. And none of them were to win the leg. They were 2 approaches with 2 bulls.
96.
Can't negate the fact that Richard North has just hit a maximum, and his average is 10 more than his opponent, but he's still 2 legs behind.
134.
Big exchange of 3, this.
60.
Thought
Richard,
he
you
might have
require
utilised the ball
94.
there.
Yeah, me too. That's where I was looking. 25 on the last dart would have left a 2 darter as opposed to the 3 darter that he has now. 91 left for North. This would be a
32.
really nice way to cap
You
off your
require
perfect day's work.
105.
He'd like to get it done now. He still might. But not anymore. Now, historically,
31.
Richard North on 62 goes
Richard,
for treble
you require
18.
62.
I mean, they're both making a mess of the back end of this leg. And the mess continues. Tops to clean it up.
Game show on the 5th leg.
That's a great dart.
Richard North.
When it's all been going wrong like it did there for Richard North at the back end of that leg. He wanted 94
is
points.
Richard to
and
throw
He
first.
only managed to get
Game on.
himself 1 dart at the double from that position. So it took him 5 darts to score the 54 points. The most important thing is it only took him 1 to hit the double.
105.
Now, Richard North getting 105 at the start of this leg opens up a debate. Why would he go for the bullseye with dart 3?
60.
I figured it out about a year ago. If he gets 2 180s from here, he's on a double. It's trying to take the odd-numbered score off the leg at the very start. It's something that you see from Getter and Price,
99.
from Mensah Sulovic, and Richard North. They're the only 3 that I see do it.
I don't think it'll catch on either, to be honest. I feel like it's burning a dart.
135.
Because let's say you go and hit the ball, then you hit 100. At 271, you're going to have to switch or move around again, or you're going to need 2 trebles from that position.
100.
I'd much prefer the switch to the 17s there. It breaks down much better, and it gives you the opportunity to have a treble that actually rounds it off to allow you to hit the 140,
86.
which is the more realistic option than the back-to-back 180s.
I agree with you. It just took me a long time to figure out why someone would think that way. It's not something you'll see from a Dimitri Vandenberg or a Michael van Gerwen, 2 of the best counters in the game. But ultimately, some people really like the idea of getting a 10 darter when they've missed a treble 20 with one of their first 2 darts.
82.
And if you do start with 105, 2 consecutive 180s gets you to a double, hence the 10 darter is still on.
$81. Richard, you require
That's a costly one.
115.
Something a bit straight. I might have got him on something more gettable, like Richard's 115. Everybody in the practice room is still hoping that North will get out of this with a win.
We require 139.
And what kind of damage would it do to the confidence of Budgen if he walks away from this game without the victory
46.
after leading it the whole time?
Richard, you require 56.
I don't think it's going to dent his confidence too much, but I think it's certainly going to upset him. Because from the point of 3-0 up, he's not really looked like he was going to win this match.
Game shown the
And
sixth
it's looking
flag.
less
Richard North.
likely the longer it goes. We go now to a one-leg shootout. One leg to decide who takes the points. One
7
leg
from final
that
leg. It's
could
Lee to
really
throw
be
first.
pivotal
Game
in
on.
the direction of Group A.
I don't remember a time in this group where someone has been 4 points ahead.
134.
If Budgen wins this leg, he will be 4 points ahead. Guaranteed going into tomorrow.
41.
If he loses this leg, everything will bunch up again. This is unquestionably the biggest leg of the group so far.
100.
And you have to give Budgen a load of credit for the start. 267 after 6 under this pressure is very good.
118.
Talk about the
59.
maths and those 180s. If there's a 180 here, it does not leave a finish for Richard North due to that last shot. Even on the 3-4-2.
Richard is the only one who has a
96.
maximum in this game. Budgen has hit 3 doubles from 4 attempts. But that is a
29.
nightmare for him.
Just go back to what I said at the end of the last leg where I says he hasn't looked like winning this match. Because every time he's got into a position where he looks like he could win the match, he's made a mistake like
99.
that last one.
He wouldn't mind the score that Richard has just had. 99 will be handy. Now that the 139 is gone.
100.
aggressive.
Richard, you require 147.
It's not on anymore. But what is on is a possible out for Budgen to take that unassailable lead
61.
after
He
2 days in
requires
Group A.
79.
Right here, you must not go treble 13. That's safe. Double top for an undefeated day. Done it.
Game shot on the match.
That will be a big,
Lee
big,
Budgen.
big thing for him overnight because he will be looking down on everybody come Wednesday morning. And it's a question of protection come Wednesday now. Will he be able to win Group A? He might even just need to win 3 games tomorrow instead of winning all 5 or even 4 out of 5. His doubling, again, comes to the fore. His scoring, well, it wasn't as good as his opponent. But finishing was not a problem. 80%, and that's something he has done previously in his campaign. So he will be at the top. Where will the chasers be? We'll find out with Niall Culleton and Danny Smith starting us off in match 14 after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got Lee Budgen with us up here on the balcony. Lee, 5 from 5. How would you assess your day?
I would assess my day as mediocre, to be honest with you. I've not played great. The last 2 games, I felt good in the first 3 games, and the last 2 games have been hard work, really, really hard work. Too much respect for John, because I love John Henderson. Fantastic player, and I think I took that into the next game against Richard North, and I don't know. It was just hard work, really, really hard work.
But what does that say about you as a player, that even though you felt at times you weren't at your best, but you still managed to grind victories out?
Yeah. Well, yesterday was a real, bit of a wake-up call for me. The first 2 games, I gave myself a bit of a talking to, really, to be honest with you. I was like, I've come all this way, I'm very disappointed the way I played. And I played okay the last 3 games after that, and I felt good today.
Have you felt like this is a learning curve for yourself?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, I did feel like that. In the last 2 games, it's sort of set me back a little bit, because I didn't play very well, and I'm very disappointed in myself. I mean, I'm happy to win 5 out of 5, of course I am. I don't really know what to say, to be honest with you.
Don't worry about that. We'll let the darts do the talking tomorrow. Thank you very much for coming up and joining us. We've got a couple more games to go. That begins with Niall Culleton against Danny Smith. So let's hand back to Matt and Paul.
Thank you, Henry. What a position he has put himself in going into the final day of Group A. We thought that maybe we could have a potential for all 6 players to maybe win the group tomorrow, but you sense that maybe with a 4-point gap at the top, he starts well tomorrow, he could have a foot in Saturday night come 12 o'clock on Wednesday lunchtime. As for Niall Culleton, who was at the top of the table at the start of today, he's in a bit of a dogfight to make sure he's not at the bottom come the end of Tuesday. What a turnaround it is for the Irish captain. He stands on 8 points and a leg difference of -7, currently at the foot of the table. How do you explain that, Matt Edgar?
With great difficulty, as has this whole group. But this is one to sort of...
Okay, first leg is Niall to throw first. Game on.
You just sit back, watch and enjoy this group, really, don't you? Rather than trying to work it out. Because if you do, you're going to go through a lot of sheets of paper.
180.
So we have a little bit of a different setup here from Niall. If my eyes do not deceive me, which they have in the past,
58.
He's using 3 different coloured darts. Blue, gold,
80.
bronze. He's delightfully quirky, isn't he?
I wonder if he throws them in the same order again. That'll be interesting, because that is
59.
actually a sports psychology method, which I won't go too deep with, because it all says blue.
Bronze.
140.
So no. But based on how he's played in this first leg, I'd say that 3 different colours seems to suit him.
I'm glad you called that one as well, because when you went blue,
101.
gold, and the other one went in, I was going to say golder.
I sincerely hope that Peter Wright is tuning in, because...
77.
Sorry, Peter, I think Niall's outdone you. I don't think I've ever seen you throw 3 different coloured darts.
58. Now you require 24.
I've seen him throw darts with 3 different colours, or even a lot more than that. 6 for Niall.
18.
Oh, he's on a dodgy looking 3. We're looking at the 2 players today who have suffered the most. Only 2 points won by both
now
players.
Now requires 6.
Collectively. That's a nice guide for 3. But that is
no
not.
Score. Danny require 170.
I think it'll be fascinating to get the insight of what's happened today from these 2 guys. Group A can competition is a bit of a mind scramble.
Game
Well, that's a
shot on the
beautiful
first
dart.
leg. Niall
Nice
Culleton.
little steeplechase towards the double three there as he takes a 1-0 lead. A leg he
Danny
bossed,
to throw first.
a leg he should have
Game
won
on.
quite a few darts ago, but wins it eventually anyway.
It's interesting, actually, equipment-wise,
43.
isn't it? They're both throwing different coloured darts. Spoke earlier on in the day how Danny Smith's got 2 darts with red rings and 1 dart with a black ring. Niall Culleton has
180.
gone 1 step further and gone for 3 completely different coloured barrels.
Do you remember a dart player called Pete Allen from London?
180.
Well, the 180s are flowing now. 1 for Danny and 2 for Niall.
I do know a Pete Allen, but this was a Warwickshire version of Pete Allen, who used to throw
140.
with 4 darts.
Same guy. I was told he was from London. So he's called Spider. Terrific chap as well, really nice.
100.
He could have 4 different coloured darts. Just to point out the rule, you can only throw 3 darts, but you can hold as
100.
many as you want. You can just imagine it, can't you? Our referee Owen Binks is on the stage and somebody throws a 4th dart into the board and he's already called the score.
138.
That would throw him a
I
bit.
require 81.
Well, this has been a fantastic leg of darts from both players. 81 for a 12-dart steal. He does like a double-double, but he's not going to do it this time. Double 12.
57.
And the blue dart
And he
does not
required
register.
40.
Is it black or is it red? And you get nothing in this game for hitting the white bet on double 10.
No score. Niall,
That's the
you're
score, so it
required
goes back to
24.
top if Niall Culleton cannot hit the double 12.
Game shot on the second leg. Niall Culleton.
You might know, I can't think who it is off the top of my head. I think it's Mickey Flanagan, who did a sketch
So I think it's
on
Niall to
throwing
throw
extra
first.
darts, and he was saying about Eric Bristow, the crafty cockney, and he's like, 240. And like, hang on, Eric, there's something a bit amiss here. He's like, clues in the
81.
name. I can't remember. I think it was Mickey Flanagan who did that sketch, and someone might be able to help us out.
Was Eric not playing on a quad board?
58.
If you're not in the know, back in the 90s, we used to have dartboards that had a quad segment. It was nestled between the treble segment and the bullseye, about halfway
100.
between. If you hit one of those, it was 80 points. So the referees had their work cut out with that one. You could score 240.
And it'll make it awkward as well for when you're trying to get the checkouts, because it just gives that extra
43.
working out the extra maths, and I can imagine it was a nightmare for players as well.
Well, let's say you had a finish of... You could finish at 210.
96.
2 quad 20s and a bull.
$59.
That would be a good one for your YouTube channel, Matt. The finishes that you could have had on a quad board.
I actually did a video,
60.
and it was around, I think it was Bob Anderson hit a match-winning dart against Phil Taylor.
Ah, the old equal
and
darts.
lost the match.
Yeah. Equal darts was fun. That's when if you've got 50 left and you've got to hit it in 1
44.
dart, you must go for the bull. You can't split it.
I believe that was the rules in the old CIU competition as well.
Correct. Yeah.
85.
That's a competition that's been won many times by the Dobie family. Chris Dobie, I believe, has won that, and his dad Gordon's won it multiple
136.
times.
Danny McCall, 142.
17s or 20s here. Might stay there. That was the right play. But Cullerton's got a chance now for
80.
3-0.
Niall, you require 38. Game shot.
Well,
the
he
third
didn't
leg.
split it.
Niall
Straight for
Culleton.
it. He's playing like a player who refuses to leave this venue without points today.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
If you think about his levels of performance today, he's lost with a 90 average, then he's lost with a 90 average again, then lost with an 85, and I don't blame him for losing with a 79 in match 10 against Richard North, because he was probably battered and bruised. But he's had a nice break between that game and this one, and he seems to have figured something out.
95.
If that answer is 3 different darts, I dread to think what he might come up with tomorrow if it starts slow for him tomorrow.
Well, what he could do is maybe
180.
have different colours at the top and the bottom of the dot, so he could have 6 different colours.
Different setup on each one. We'll have a long stem on one, a short on another, different types of flight.
Don't tempt him.
55.
Don't tempt him, because he will. Something seems to have clicked for Danny. Got his second maximum in a previous visit, and he's on 59 after 9. That's more like it.
46. Danny required 59.
Well, this is the way you should take it. The comedy way is treble 19 double 1.
39.
Niall is way back in a different hemisphere. He went for the maximum. If he'd got 140, it would have been a bogey number, but I don't blame him for going for that there.
Game shown the
It was a somewhat dead cat 180.
Smith.
Made no difference and no bagel here. Just like Danny Smith's last game against Reece Colley.
Fifth leg, it's Niall to throw first.
What chance do you give the winner of this game to win Group A tomorrow? Because they will be 4 points behind. North is on 10 points. That's guaranteed now. Henderson and Collie will play each other next to see the winner of that game on 10. But the fixtures for tomorrow, the first couple of rounds are going to be massive, especially the games involving Lee Budgen.
100.
Well, Lee Budgen's first game tomorrow will be against Reece Colley.
100.
Reece Colley's ended today extremely well. 93 average, beating Danny Smith 4-0, 101 in defeat to Lee Budgen. So that will be
140.
an interesting start of the game. Go follow up with Richard North. They're 2 players that have played well today and could cause him some serious problems early on. Then he's against the darts against John Henderson, so he's got a tricky start to the day there. But I think whoever he played really would probably say he's got a tricky start to the day.
That's the nature of this group.
41.
Cullerton gets to a finish, but he will admit that he wanted to be on something less than 160.
100. No, you require 160.
He's not going to take it out.
44.
He doesn't get much of it.
Danny require 161.
He will not be pleased with that. Danny's got an anagram of Niall's finish.
57. Niall, you require
Sense the nerves about
116.
these 2 points on offer. And they will be Niall's if he can take one more 19 and tops. Match start.
96.
You don't need me to tell you that it wasn't close.
104.
You just had to look at his face. It told you everything you needed to know. He wasn't happy with that dart. He'll be happy, though, that he's got another opportunity to put it right. A chance to get some points on the board.
Niall, you require 20.
Points on the board and a sigh of relief for the Irish captain. And Danny Smith walks away with 2 points from his day, as does Niall Culleton. But as for Mr. Cullerton, he will be 4 points behind the leader going into Wednesday. Smith will be 6 points behind. Maybe his destiny is Thursday and Friday as opposed to Saturday night just yet. We will update you on the table when we come back, but we do have one more match for you. It's Reece Colley against John Henderson, and it's not far away.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen a 4-1 victory for Niall Culleton against Danny Smith in our penultimate match of the day. Let's have a look then at the table with one more match to go on Tuesday. Budgen leads the pile on 14 points following that victory against Richard North in game 13. So just one more game to go then to complete our Tuesday card of fixtures. It sees Reece Colley in action up against John Henderson. It was the first game yesterday, the last one today. And to describe all of the action for one final time, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Last game of the day. Last opportunity to get some points here for John Henderson and Reece Colley to keep themselves truly in the run-in, where Reece Colley, you feel, he's going to have to go pretty much clean from here with Budgen running away from things at the very, very top. The 23-year-old, big title winner, the British Open, taking on the 49-year-old, the PDC World Cup winner 2021. He won that alongside Peter Wright.
Okay,
where
first I get Reece to throw
if you look at the form line and the guide during that event, John Henderson was probably the star performer of the two. But being a non-ranked event meant he didn't get that prize money and the glory onto his rankings, and unfortunately lost his PDC Tour card. Well, we say unfortunately for some, but a bonus for the fans of the Super Series, because it means you're going to get to see him here all year long. This was the first game yesterday. Reece Colley winning that one 4-3. Did hit a big maximum in the last leg and won that key moment. That's something that he's been really finding quite well in the last couple of games.
66
key moments, some big averages. 101, 94 will round it up for him because it was a 93.94. I'll call that a 94.
60.
So Reece Colley is going the right way.
Do you get the feeling, Matt, that maybe the loser of this game may be out of it?
43.
And joining the likes of Danny Smith on 8 points in being out of the running, because 6 points to chase down against someone like Budgen, who is on a bit of a run. That's a big ask, isn't it?
When there's only 10 points on offer, yes. Because that's all that's available tomorrow. 5 more matches to go within this group. 2 points a win. If you win all matches, you're on 10.
The last thing you need is to win all of your matches, and you want results to go your way as well. You're in a bit of a dogfight, and I suppose you have to be realistic that you haven't done enough in the first couple of days to be in control of the group.
121, Reece, 151.
I think this is much bigger for John Henderson, quite frankly.
I think especially
55.
considering, one, the fatigue that is clearly in John Henderson, and the fact that he'd really want to get out of this group. I think the worst case scenario, John has to get into that Group B.
96.
I don't think he can go in Group C and realistically see out winning this weekly title.
I agree with you.
Game
but he's got a problem here, and that's that Reece Colley has got the lead. A lovely 96 out. Again, he's finding a bit of a friend on the outer ring.
Game on.
Well, we would say he's got 96 problems. Well, Reece hasn't got any problems, has he? He saw it out pretty clean.
58.
Got to be careful what you say when you bring up that song.
92.
Comes with a parental advisory. Darts is a family sport. And you go up towards Aberdeenshire, places like Inverurie and Aberdeen, and Keith and Turriff. Great places that I've done exhibitions with John. The following for this sport is amazing. Small towns that you might not have even heard of. They'll pack out arenas with hundreds of fans. Mesmerising how they laud praise towards someone like John and their other Scottish heroes like Alan Souter, Gary Anderson, Peter Wright, and a lot of others.
180.
Colley is taking the lead and running with it.
58.
He's in again.
129.
He's definitely figured something out today, hasn't he?
Oh, he's playing well. He's playing very well. And John Henderson is doing
60.
pretty much exactly
40.
what he did yesterday. And that's just weakened off a little bit as the day went on, which you can kind of expect and you can forgive him for, really, when you look at the sheer amount of darts
20.
and travelling and the highs and the lows of everything he's been through these last couple of weeks.
I've got a point to make about that in the next leg because it might not be far away.
123.
Credit to John,
Reach
who's
required 20.
left himself handily placed on a 2-darter. But Collie's on 5s.
Game shot on the second leg.
And John's pressure
Reece Colley.
does not tell as Collie takes a 2-0 lead. But you mentioned travelling. And I think the biggest point, or the biggest comparison we can make this week,
Game on.
is that coming from the north of Scotland to Q School to go to the Challenge Tour, so it's down, then up, then down. You think about someone like Fallon Sherrick, who lives in Milton Keynes, own bed, 0 travelling, and even when she comes here to Portsmouth on Thursday, it's less than 2 hours away. It's a very different thing to have to do. You don't have to fly, and if you do have to drive,
45.
doing it from northern Scotland to the Midlands is a long old schlep.
Yeah, you feel like if it wasn't for that challenge tour, John would have probably flown down here. Got a flight down to Southampton Airport and come across like so. I know we've had players in the past that have flown down. I think Jim McEwen flew down before.
Yeah, Darren Beveridge, I think, was a flyer. I think Sean McDonald, when he played with us, he flew down from Aberdeen. I'm pretty sure that Niall Culleton has flown, considering he lives on a different island.
100.
Having said that, one of the best players in World Seniors, Colin McGarry, doesn't fly. He's a bit like Dennis Burkamp. He lives in Northern Ireland and always goes via Stranraer in the car.
140, reach for 157.
Mervyn King one as well, who didn't like to fly.
Preferred not to fly. He'll fly if he has to, but he'd rather get in the Merv-mobile
John,
or the Merv wagon. Great first start from John. 5-5.
Game
right in the corner, like a Henrik Larsson penalty. Maybe that'll get his juices flowing.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first.
Former Celtic
Game
penalty taker, Teemu Pukki. Plays for Norwich these days, doesn't he? I remember we had a conversation with Vincent van der Voort once. They were talking about football. And
100.
Vincent thought that the name Pukki was quite funny, so he kept walking up to John all day and just said, Pukki. All day. John was laughing.
140.
Yeah, it's funny when you've got those things that are in different languages, haven't you? And where or a noise or a sound means something in other countries. I remember when I was doing live stream, if I would have hit a double, I would go like Stephen Mulhern, he does the douche.
140.
And I'd go to the camera and do the Stephen Mulhern douche. But in America, that means something completely different.
Yeah, douche is it's basically a slang word, which is
22.
inherited from the French for wash bag.
Someone was trying to explain it was very similar to like a toilet brush.
140.
Pretty much. Wasn't sure of his position there, John, so just checked himself. He's had a few darts that have drifted into the one so far today.
81.
But he does get to a finish eventually. Collie's on double 12 after 10 darts.
Game
He's on nothing after 12.
Reece Colley.
This is a really good performance from Reece. And after being in the doldrums a lot over the last 24 hours,
it's Reece to throw
he might be the person who goes towards the top half of the table. A 4-1 victory would give him 10 points and an all-square leg difference.
140.
He would confine Henderson to a -3 leg difference on 8 points.
I said I felt like this week had come at the right time here for Reece Colley, so he's not got time to dwell on the disappointment of Q School and the Challenge Tour. He's come here, didn't go well for him yesterday. Started today, wasn't going well. He averaged 68 and lost 4-0. But the middle part of the day, he has really started to find some reaction. The 101 average, the 94 average, and then when Henderson just broke his throw, he comes back with a 12 dart leg.
42.
Certainly is finding some reaction, some quality at the right time.
I completely agree with you.
135.
He's not far away from the winning line right now.
There's not a lot that John Henderson can do from this point other than hope that Reece Colley takes the foot off the accelerator.
60.
Which is something you cannot bank on right now, because he has certainly found the turbo in the last couple of matches. He's finding that reaction that was needed.
105.
He's gained 200 points here on John Henderson.
95.
Does not leave a finish. Reece Colley. 6 darts if he needs them. To wrap this one up.
Game shot on the match.
And Reece Colley gets over the line with a 4-1 success over John Henderson, who ends his day with back-to-back defeats. He came into this looking for a clean sweep through the card, and he's ended it the same way as yesterday, just tailing off a little bit towards the end of the day. Certainly that fatigue starting to show. Not for Reece Colley, he's the total opposite. He ends his day with 3 back-to-back performances over the 90. He did break the 100 in defeat, but this one gets him some points on the board. He's still in the hunt. It's a 4-1 victory for Reece Colley.
Matt, thank you very much indeed. Paul Nicholson's made the race up the stairs to join us up here on the balcony, and it was Lee Budgen who made the race through the day. An impressive card win day for him.
I didn't expect anybody to have a sweep this week, and to see somebody doing it on debut is even more surprising, but the signs were there on Monday that maybe a good day like this was possible, but I didn't think he would get 5 out of 5. He did ride his luck at times, and you could see that in that game against Richard North at the end, he was just starting to tire. But he just found enough accuracy on the outer ring at the end to give himself that buffer tomorrow, which is going to be 4 points in the end.
When we were last on the balcony, the table really was tight and congested, and we kind of said it was there for someone to take full advantage of it. And we look at that table now. Budgen's opened up a 4-point lead. We didn't expect that midway through the day.
Not at all. There was a point where everybody could be on 8 points at the same time. And I suppose with all of the experience that we've had over the last couple of years, we like to see these dogfight days going into a Wednesday, but it's not really a dogfight anymore. It's about someone trying to protect a really good lead of 4 points. Do I expect him to do it? I'm not going to say yes or no at this point, but quite frankly, the way he's played at points, he looks very assured.
Are we looking at a 4-way dogfight for one spot now, looking at that table?
Yes, I think so. I think Henderson and Smith being 6 points behind, I just see a little bit of tiredness maybe in those two, more so for John. But I think John's real goal for tomorrow is to get into the top 3. If he can do that, I think that's a really good mission for the first 3 days. And
we've seen so many times, haven't we, here at the Super Series players that perhaps for the first 3 days, we saw it last week with Mark McGean, he struggled, especially when he'd been on the back of a lot of tournaments. Henderson's been to Q School, he's been to Challenge Tour, now he's come here. Sometimes that reset, having that 24 hours to know whether it's C or B, when you're on 0 points, everybody's on the same number.
There's the urgency as well, Henry, because when you're playing in Group A, in the back of your mind, you know that even if you fail in that group, you've got another chance. But we've seen many a person fail in Group A, but then realise the urgency of a Group B or C and realise, well, there are no chances after this. So they do switch on for that extra 1 or 2%. And I think we'll see the same this week, but we can't forget about the people coming in after that, because they'll have a brilliant chance of feeling fresh.
Have you bought your abacus for tomorrow?
It's in the bag. I'll bring it. I'm going to need it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you might need it. Paul's going to join Matthew Edgar tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. for the thrilling conclusion to Group A here in Week 12 at the MODUS Super Series. But it's Lee, the man, they're going to have to budge.